do we need to do to protect ourselves from those fears?
Well, I think if you take any DNA framework and put it under a heat lamp, and you have human DNA, eventually it will evolve structure. Once it has evolved structure, it will speak. Once it will evolve structure, it will see. Once it will see, it will speak. When it will speak, it will think. And once it will think, it will predict. So that's intelligence. So that's why language and vision are the most important part of our intelligence. Probably intelligence is vision raised to the power of language. So how do we build that now into silicon, straight? We don't need consciousness as a substrate, so we left that behind. So there are two schools in AI now. There's what I call the old school, and the old school is the school who does statistics programs in R and uses MATLAB. And they use discriminate means like support vector machines, decision trees, things you can sort of explain. And there is a new school, which has an enormous success, the connectionists, deep neural networks, unsupervised, very deep, lots of dimensions that we can reduce. These schools have, in the last 3 years, have 37% error correction. So they are now surpassing humans, basically. The only problem with that school is, and that school doesn't use, or hardly uses statistics, more like multivariable calculus and Python and deep neural networks. That school has one barrier against it, that in healthcare, doctors want to be able to understand why these black boxes tell us what to do, while actually medicine is the biggest black box of all. It's completely qualitative, very, very small, data, symptoms. We are no longer in the symptom age. We are in the age of algorithms. So that's going to be the big thing. How can we convince doctors that, as in mathematics, we have different fields we don't understand, we just bridge it over, Ramanujan, we still don't understand how he came up with the infinity. And we have to do the same with these black boxes. And we now have great tools like stochastic gradient descent, where we can sort of control it. But it's a leap of faith.
Yeah. So Ron, yeah.
Yeah, so I want to go back to, there's all the big picture things that are very, very important and fascinating, and how we tie them all together to get a great understanding of the human, and it creates a big level of interest, but also complexity. That is kind of like scary, right? So instead of that, I keep thinking to myself, or maybe because I'm an entrepreneur, I keep thinking about MVPs all the time. What's the minimally viable product that we can do today to solve a human problem? You talked about a tool, Boot. You talked about Einstein, right? Like talking about what question we're asking and what problem we're trying to solve today with the tools that we already have in hand to help people accomplish something in the next 30 days, 60 days, 90 days with fantastic tools that we already have today. So let's think about this way for just a second, right? What can we do with AI, right? So we used AI in the past 20 years in Silicon Valley to be able to do behavior change in commerce, right? We're taking people now with ads, right? We use ads, words, pictures, videos, and making people that used to buy one product buy the other product, or take people that used to buy no product and buy a product or a service, right? Mm-hmm. So we are able to understand user behavior in commerce in a way that causes behavior change in commerce, right? Hold on one second. We perfected that in the last 20 years in Silicon Valley to an art, right? Like we're doing it really well. Google does it really well. Amazon does it extremely well, right? Netflix is doing it amazingly well. Why not apply exactly the same frameworks to behavior change in healthcare? Mm-hmm. Rather than making you buy, a ticket to a show or this laundry detergent, why don't we help you take your medication using exactly the same tools that we perfected in the past 20 years using words, pictures, videos, right, to help a patient take a medication, that they don't take more than 50% of the time after prescription, after they take it, use a medical device, right? Get another doctor appointment or a test done and interpreted. These are all small, simple actions that they should take to get to a better outcome that we know will happen. Right? So we have the tool set in our hand. This is what these companies are using AI every single day. So we are hiring now these data scientists that are doing it in ads. And instead of serving ads to people, HealthHub could have made exactly $120 million in the past two years in just serving ads on our pages. We're not doing any ads, but we're hiring the same machine learning people and data scientists to start using exactly the same tools to convince people to take a medication or use a medical device. This is a good use of AI.
Hang on a second. So I'm not getting anyone here to bite on where we're really going with this, like some of the darker, things that might happen. I mean, there are people who talk about, privacy. We've talked about that today. We willingly give up our data on the one hand, and we freak out about our medical data. I think that was a very good comment that, just kind of depends on if we get some use out of it or we think we get use out of it. So there's the privacy issues, a lot of ethical issues. I mean, we're going to be turning over, one of the nice things about AI is it processes this data, connects it, it sees patterns, but it also hands it off in ways. And we are used to doing this with banking and some other things. There's also issues about, John, I might ask you about, is your job going to be replaced by a robotic equipped with AI at some point? I mean, you're already seeing
so
like
a lot of people. I'm not worried. A lot of people are inverting the AI and coming up with IA as intelligence augmentation, and I think that's much more realistic about what we're going to see. And the hope is that rather than disintermediate everybody in what they currently do, is to augment what they do with intelligent augmentation of all sorts, not just machine learning, but robotics and the whole spectrum. And so we can upskill everybody. The problem that I see, and I blogged about this yesterday, is that this intelligent augmentation may be disproportionately effective for those at higher levels of access to education and socioeconomic status, and that we may see an acceleration of the social inequities. And that's part of what Kathy O'Neill talked about in Weapons of Math Destruction, is there's inherent biases towards social inequity in the machine learning black box. So that's why I've been very interested in the diadarity and how do we provide a level of transparency. So there's a fellow in Silicon Valley with a startup. Biomimicry, by the way, has been phenomenal in terms of helping us understand how to tune what machine learning does. Machine learning basically operates on a pyramid of algorithms, and there's a reason that our brain cortex is called the pyramidal cortex. It's very similar in how it works. The big difference to date is that almost everything in a traditional machine learning stack is feed forward. There's very little feedback. And the brain has lots of feedback loops. And so transparency may be a collateral benefit of providing more of a feedback process within machine learning than exists in most models today. And there's people, as I say, working on that. There's also people at Intel who are working on, not to call them out specifically, because other people are working on it, but Intel is looking at how to instrument what goes on inside the processor to provide more transparency in the black box. So how we provide that transparency will not only help us accelerate how to learn using machine learning and large data sets, but will hopefully give us some sort of transparency into what's actually going on. The FDA is profoundly worried about this. The FDA is incredibly interested in reinventing themselves, recognizing this new reality of the black box world that we're entering in. You put data in and you get an answer out, and how do you know? And if overall everybody's better, but occasionally you kill somebody with a really stupid mistake, what does that mean in terms of policy? What does that mean in terms of FDA approval? We need to have a whole different way of looking at the transparency and what goes on inside that black box.
No, in fact, that's a whole other area which is fascinating. How is this regulated? I mean, the FDA is having a hard time, and a lot of other new technologies, keeping up, with technologies from invented 15, 20 years ago, and this will be a big change. But let me, in our last few minutes here, open it up to you all. We could, obviously, this is another enormous topic we could spend a lot of time on, but you all hopefully have been pondering this. Any questions out there? Yes.
Yes, hi. My name is John Meyer. I'm a pharmacist and a scientist, both working as a director of pharmacy here in New York City for many years, and also for a pharmaceutical company for many years as well. I was especially intrigued by Dr. DeBrouwer and, of course, the whole panel, but talking about old school and new school. And I recently finished a book called The Undoing Project, and I think you would all probably be familiar with the work of Kahneman and Tversky. And I'd like to see what you think about whether they're considered old school, new school, or some sort of hybrid, if you're familiar.
Well,
I'm
it's a
assuming you're
hybrid
familiar with them.
It's a hybrid because, you know, a lot of people from the old school are my friends.
So you have to be nice.
But, you know, also the dominant university has been, you know, it used to be, you know, MIT. Now it's clearly Stanford for language and vision. So everything is changing, and especially with, with Python coming into the mix and things becoming, you know, and TensorFlow as horizontal AI. But, you know, coming back to that black box thing, so isn't is a machine where you put things in and things come out and you don't know exactly what's going in between, that should be, if that should be actually regulated by the FDA, then every doctor should be a 510K. Because the doctor is the ultimate black box. And makes a lot more mistakes than our black boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's grab another question. Maybe, yeah. Let's go over here, and then.
Well, you said before it was unclear how to get doctors to adopt the outcomes of black boxes, but it seems to me that data and outcomes would be very persuasive. So if you were able to show a doctor that the output from a black box was able to diagnose or lead to a better treatment than would otherwise occur, that would persuade doctors. Do you think otherwise?
It is. So I don't know, you know, in the 90s we made word nets, you know, for computational linguists. Then ImageNet came now. Last week, Stanford open sourced medical ImageNet. 0.5 petabytes of data, 1.2 billion radiology images, 4.4 narrative radiology reports, 23,000 conditions. There, radiologists are convinced because basically the machine does a better deal than, you know, than a carbon-based unit. And so I think they.
Unit.
Yeah, so.
It's true.
Although it's a black box because this vision, you know, Inception 3, which we use, is basically, you know, deep neural network.
But it doesn't need to be a black box. I mean, everyone's talking about the black box. I think that we can actually leverage the fact that we have a lot of doctors out there, not an individual doctor or an expert, but actually take the physician community, right, and help them open the black box to them, right? Tell them how the method works. You know, what are the algorithms that we're using? And more than that, when the machine starts spitting back results, we've done it with Dr. AI. What we did is we trained the algorithms, we got the result, we broke it down to individual results, we start sending it to physicians one by one. So a set of symptoms, context, right? And here's the outcome, and let them vote yes or no. Not one physician, not a panel of 10 physicians, but more than 10,000 physicians, right? In 141 specialties, allow them to say for individual results, yes or no. Wait until a statistically significant number of doctors answer either yes or no to either retrain the machine when it's a no, right, what the physician community thinks, right, or say yes, enough physicians, right, that each and every one is individually trained think that at least what the machine is doing is right. And then you can retrain the machine again and again and again. It's an organic thing that actually works together to make the machine better all the time when you open the black box to the physician to tell them how it's computed. Yeah. Now you have visibility, and nobody's concerned about that.
Yeah. I have another one.
Quickly. I want to get another question.
For us, for molecular biology and bioinformatics, our black box does need a predictive analytics, and it has to be experimentally tested. And actual percentage of accuracy is not based on the black box predicting. It's actually the experimental validation done by scientists of our predictive analytics. And then from there, not only experimentally validation, publish it, but also going into, for instance, using the Cancer Genome Atlas, the TCGA, and looking into 10,000 or more, almost 20,000 cancer patients, and finding the same correlations that your predictive algorithm found, and then testing it back in mice and then in further patients. So unless we do that with our black boxes, then our scientists, at least for us, are then saying, okay, your predictive power, I guess, is true.
Well, this is best to trust. I mean, we have a lot of black boxes we deal with in other industries we use all the time. So anyway, let me get one more question here, bud. Sorry. Yeah, right over here.
Hi, thanks. Dimitri Kofinas. Two things. One, a sort of observation on something that Dr. DeBrouwer said about the black box. I think it's true that each physician is a black box and that they're qualitative. However, a patient can ask for an explanation from a physician and derive some sort of answer and response. I think the concern with the algorithms is that we don't understand that process in the soup. And there are so many variables that are coming in.
You can derive the same thing from a machine.
There's bots.
So we now have, so Stanford has Squat, which is the big data set with inference. It's pretty, it's now possible actually with like 72% of accuracy that the machine unsupervised goes to look for things that it can explain. Because basically it's a bit like when I sit before a student and I ask him a question, he's first going to give me a definition from a textbook. Now I'm going to find out if he really understands, say it in your own words, and then I'm going to make him or her reason to see if these steps are there. The same thing we are now working on for machines, and I think the paradigm shift in language and reasoning will come in probably next year or the year afterwards.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it.
I think it's just about the foundational mathematics points you were making in the
You guys,
paradoxes.
unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it here, and we can pick it up later. I was under strict instructions to end on time. So
We will
anyway,
stay here. We can talk
yeah,
about that.
no.
Yeah.
Listen, these are all amazing topics, and I think this fall at Techonomy on California we'll talk more.
Can I
So
just say 1 second?
Yeah.
So there are other things we
Okay,
do,
that was-
clinical trials, cell lines, organoids. We're not going to eliminate those. That would be a very bad idea. We also have mechanistic explanations. We look at pathways, we look at gene regulation. We also do that kind of causal structures. I don't think black box eliminates any of those. We're not going to shut down clinical trials, FDAs. They need to be integrated together.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
well, I want to thank our 5 black boxes here up on the panel. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, everybody. So we have a very short break, it's about 15 minutes. We will start at 2 o'clock. So you can stay in here, you can go out for a little bit, but come back at 2. Thanks.
I don't think there's anything that's better, yeah, than a crowd of people singing all together. And it especially makes me feel so happy, yeah, to hear you all join in and start to clapping. Because this song has been designed with the people who party in mind. We got a little thing for everyone to sing. So clap your hands and make it fun. Hey, let me see you boogie. I want to see you party.
This shit that ice cold, Michelle fight for that white gold. This one for them hood girls, them good girls, straight masterpieces. Stylin', wildin', living it up in the city. Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent, gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman, I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man, I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am, I'm too hot. And my band bought that, let's break it down. Girl, sit you hallelujah. Girl, sit you hallelujah. Girl, sit you hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just walk. Come on. fresh drop. Skippy. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band about that money. Break it down. Girl, sit you hallelujah. Girl, sit you hallelujah. Girl, sit you hallelujah. 'Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. 'Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. 'Cause Uptown Funk gon' give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe it, just walk. Come on. Don't believe me, just watch. 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 Hey, 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 oh. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. I said uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Uptown funk you up. Dance, jump on it. If you sexed and flown it. If you freaked dead and own it. Don't brag about it, come show me. Come on, dance, jump on it. If you sexed and flown it. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe it, just watch. Come on. Give me your attention, baby. I gotta tell you a little something about yourself. You're wonderful, flawless, ooh, you a sexy lady. But you walk around here like you wanna be someone else. Ooh, wow. I know that you don't know it, but you're fine, so fine. Fine, so fine. Ooh, wow. Oh, girl, I'm gonna show you when you're mine. Pretty girl, you should be smiling. A girl like you should never look so blue. You're everything I see in my dreams. I wouldn't say that to you if it wasn't true. Ooh, wow. I know that you don't know it, but you're fine, so fine. Fine, so fine. Ooh, wow. Oh, girl, I'm gonna show you when you're mine. Treasure, yeah, you are my treasure. You are my treasure. You are my treasure. Yeah, you are treasure. You are my treasure. You are my treasure. You're my golden star. You are my treasure. You make it to me. You are my treasure. Come true. You are my treasure. If you let me treasure you, you are my treasure. If you let me Went to the moped store, stoppers, salesman's like, what up, what's your budget? And I'm like, honestly, I don't know nothing about mopeds. He said, I got the one for you, follow me. Ooh, it's too real. Chromed out mirror, I don't need a windshield. Banana seat, a canopy on 2 wheels. 800 cash, that's a hell of a deal. I'm headed downtown, cruising through the alley, tiptoeing in the street like ballet. Pulled up, moped to the valet. White walls on the wheels like mayonnaise. Dope, my crew is ill, and all we need is 2 good wheels. Got gas in the tank, cash in the bank, and a bad little mama with dirt on my face. I'ma lick that, stick that, break her off, kick that, snuck her in backstage. You don't need a wristband. Dope. Killing the game, about to catch a body. Past the heartbeat, Dookie on the Ducati. Timberland, Khaled, Scott Storch, Birdman, goddamn. Man, everybody got Bugattis. But I'ma keep a hella 1987, head into the dealership and drop a stack in Kappa Kawasaki. I'm stunning on everybody, hella raw pasta wasabi. I'm so low that my scrotum's almost dragging up on the concrete. My seat is leather, our bottom line is pleather. But girl, we can still ride together. You don't need an Uber, you don't need a cab, or get a bus pass. You got a moped, man. She got 1988 Mariah Carey hair, very rare. Mom jeans on her derriere, throwing up the west side as we tear in the air. Stop by Pike Place, throwing fish to a player.
Downtown, 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 downtown. She has her arms around your waist. You're the balance that will keep her safe. Have you ever felt the warm embrace? Downtown, have you ever seen between your legs?
It's me, the M, the A, C, the K. Sounding like a French pimp from back in the day. I take her to Ponderay and I watch her skate. I mean water ski, ollie, oxen free. I'm perusing down forth and they watching me. I do a headstand, the eagle lands on my seat. Well, hello, but baby, the kickstand ain't free. Now do you or do you not wanna ride with me? I got one girl, I got 2 wheels. She a big girl, that ain't a big deal. I like a big girl, I like 'em sassy. Going down a back street, listening to Black Street. Running around the whole town. Neighbors yelling at me like you need to slow down. Going 38, Dan, chill yourself out. Mow your damn lawn and sit the hell down. If I only had one helmet, I would give it to you. Give it to you. Cruising down Broadway, girl, what a wonderful view. Wonderful view. There's layers to this ish player. Tiramisu, tiramisu. Let my coattail drag, but I ain't tearing my suit. Tearing my suit.
Downtown, downtown, she has her arms around your waist. You're the balance that will keep her safe. Have you ever felt the warm embrace? Have you ever seen between your legs? You don't want no beef, boy. No, I run the streets, boy. Better follow me toward downtown. What you see is what you get, girl. Don't ever forget, girl. Ain't seen nothing yet until you're downtown. You don't want no beef, boy. No, I run the streets, boy. Better follow me toward downtown. What you see is what you get, girl. Don't ever forget, girl. Ain't seen nothing yet until you're downtown.
Over Kilimanjaro, she guards her young.
speaks to the darkness in the mother tongue. She waits and she watches all night long. Calls to her lover, then she sings this song. I will be there for you, whatever comes. I am as constant as the beat of a drum. My love is stronger than the noonday sun. Over Africa. Over Africa. It's a force of nature. It's the power of need. It'll heal you, baby, then make you bleed. I will be patient. I will bide my time. I will be waiting like the mama lion, mama lion. I will be there for you, whatever comes.
Everyone, please take your seats.
As the beat of a drum.
If everyone over there could please take your seats. We're gonna start the program again. Is there more volume? Otherwise, I'll walk over there and tell people. There we go. If we could please take our seats, we're gonna start the program in a couple minutes. Well, welcome back. Hopefully everyone's been enjoying their day thus far. Again, just want to go back and thank, again, our corporate partners that have helped make today possible. You're seeing their logos throughout the venue, but really want to give them a specific shout out to Cognizant, J&J, Philips, Celestica, and Grayling. Obviously, you guys have been engaged. We encourage, even throughout the afternoon, as we get a little sleepier, please raise your hand, grab the microphone, be part of the conversation throughout the rest of the day. That's really essential to these types of conversations. If you've been tweeting, continue to tweet using hashtag Techonomy Health. Let's see what other housekeeping items we have. Books. I did mention them earlier. People have asked. We have 2 books out there from our friends at Cognizant and Red Associates. They're out near registration. Please feel free to take them. I don't think any of us Cognizant wants to take them home, so please take them with you. And at this point, I'd like to introduce Daniela Hernandez from the Wall Street Journal, who'll be coming up and moderating the next panel, and she'll introduce you to the panelists, and enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thank you, Dan.
Hi, good afternoon. Hopefully you guys aren't in a food coma. They fed you nice and healthfully for a tech conference. So I have here Andrew Thompson from Proteus Digital Health and Marius Schlosser from Oscar. And so I'll let them introduce themselves before we get into the questions.
Great. My name's Andrew Thompson. I'm the Chief Executive of Proteus Digital Health. You can tell from my accent that I grew up in Texas, but I've spent the last 30 years in Silicon Valley starting and building technology-based healthcare companies. I'll talk about Proteus, where I'm the founder and CEO. Proteus makes digital medicines. These are drugs that when you swallow them, talk to your cell phone. And what we tell you is, did you take it and did it work? And those are the 2 most fundamental questions in all of chronic disease management, and in particular ambulatory care with a drug.
Fantastic. I'm Mario Schlosser, the CEO and co-founder of Oscar. I also have a European accent. I love the fact that we have 2 Europeans telling an American audience how broken the US healthcare system is. Apologies.
I didn't do that.
Exactly. I am a computer scientist originally. I run a company called Oscar now. It's a health insurance company at its core, a technology-driven health insurance company. What we do quite differently, I believe, than any other health insurer out there is that we sort of builds the product we have on 3 different pillars. Number 1 is consumer engagements. We engage members in a very different, deeper kind of way. One nice statistic illustrating that is the fact that in Oscar's case, about 25% of membership last year has used telemedicine to treat some illness that they have. Usually, if you look across US health insurers, about 2 to 3% or so that membership have used telemedicine. Second point is we build all the technology, all the operations in-house. We have a full technology stack in-house. We do everything from claims management to clinical outreach to network construction, etc. Use data, hence the panel here as well, for fueling all these activities, and talk about that in a second. We're watching right now in the Oscar office in New York here in Lafayette and Houston, and on the walls you would have, for example, a real-time manifestation of the current medical loss ratio and components that go into it. It's one of the kind of advantages we have in really making sure data flows to our systems in a different kind of way. And the third thing we do differently is we build different kinds of networks of physicians and hospitals. We try to connect in a deeper fashion with the providers we have, doctors and hospitals. As an example, doctors under the Oscar network can log into provider apps that give them really all the data that we have about members and make it available for them, including conditions we suspect that the members might have based on lab tests we've seen them do, drugs that they are on, and things like that. And we founded the company with an eye towards really being at the center, at the nexus of the various data flows, which tend to be fairly broken and ununified in healthcare. The insurer is a natural nexus of all these data flows, and we thought we can make this data more powerful and more meaningful.
So this may seem like a basic question, but why isn't healthcare already data-driven? And what is it right now, and how can we get to this data-driven vision?
There's one very simple answer, and I think it's hidden in the incentives that are built into the system, in the US healthcare system at the moment. And it's the fact that almost this entire system tends to be a cost-plus system, if you will. Almost everyone in healthcare right now, if you really uncover the way it works, gets paid a constant % margin on top of a rising cost trends. And if you're in that industry, you're quite happy if the costs sort of go up over time. If you get paid fee for service as a provider, as a hospital, for example, you don't necessarily need to use data to keep people out of the hospital. You're better off financially if they come back into the hospital.
But that's changing, right?
Yeah, it's changing, and in that change lies the power and the shift towards more data. In the end, I think what we see from an insurance company perspective is that much of the data flows in the current healthcare system tended to be transactional. If you're an insurance company, you had to pay claims. That's what you did, your transaction engine. So your data is oriented towards that. If you are a hospital and you don't necessarily need to have a clean so-called roster file of doctors working for your hospital and where they practice, what they practice, you need to get their claims paid. And so that is the emphasis on the type of data that you have. If you want to start using the data that's in the various systems in healthcare that tend to be very fragmented towards better patient care and management, you need to interpret it differently and incentivize the use of the data very differently.
Andrew, how do you see it in terms of
Yeah, so I make a couple of points. So we do have a data-driven healthcare system. It's just that it's driven on very little data, right? So if you look at how drugs are approved, it's on relatively small panels of patients, and you do some statistics. So it is data-driven, but it's small amounts of data. And then let's look at some of the points that were made about how we then use data inside the system. So the first thing to say is we don't have a healthcare system. We have a sick care system. Right? And it's important to note that it was built in the last century to do a very important job, which was to deal with acute disease and trauma. And it was built using the best technologies we had in the last century. So it's buildings where you plug into electricity, people with knowledge in their heads, and products that were designed to be safe in everybody and work in somebody. So you don't need much data, right? Mass standardization, great achievement of the industrial era. Today, we have very, very different challenges. 75 or 85% of what we need to deal with is chronic disease that's dealt with in community settings, not in hospitals. So we need to supplement and, in many ways, magnify the power of this magnificent sick care system with a healthcare system. And we need to build it using the best technologies we have in our hands today. So a building where you plug in is going to be magnified by the incredible power of the mobile device where you log on. And people with knowledge in their heads are going to be massively augmented and supplemented by software and servers with intelligence in the cloud. And products that were designed to be safe in everybody and work in somebody are going to become services that are tailored to you, your genes, your lifestyle, your behavior, delivered where you live, work, play, and pray in ways that you can see, measure, and understand. That is digital health. Now, let's talk about data. What most insurance companies do and what most data aggregators do is to take data out the sick care system. It's all money flow and workflow. It has nothing to do with life flow and health flow. And that's what we're about. As a company, what we do is to capture information about what's going on in people's daily lives, in the settings where they live, using the drugs that support them and prevent them from having strokes and heart attacks. That's life flow and health flow, and that's the core of how we'll build a data-driven healthcare system, not sick care system.
Can either one of you or both of you speak to insights you've already been able to draw from the work that you do at your companies that improves outcomes or lowers cost or some sort of measurable...
Let's talk about something that's very, very important. The whole world is shifting from behavioral models that were about buildings, people, and products into models that are about software, services, and mobile devices. You don't go to a bookstore to see a clerk to buy a book. You go to an iPad, you use software, you download content. You don't go to a bank to see a teller to get money. On and on it goes. This phenomenon is incredibly important, particularly for people who've been left behind in a complex modern world. What we see, not just in healthcare, but in many other sectors, is if you engage a consumer on their mobile, they will do better. If you look at the data that's coming out of studies on mobile banking, people who are in the cash economy, who get access to a bank account on a mobile device, earn more money, save more money, get credit scores, and start to have a more middle-class life trajectory. That's phenomenal, by the way. This is not changing consumer behavior. This is changing producer behavior to meet consumers where they are, right? So the bank has moved from building people product to software service mobile platform, and they are forced in that transition to task simplify, task segment, and task relocate into the relevant life flow of their customer. That's exactly what we see in healthcare, so I'll give you some data. If you give us 100 patients with high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high lipids, classic comorbid cardiovascular metabolic patient, if you give us 100 of those patients who've been on drug for at least 6 months with 0% response on all endpoints, 0% on all endpoints, and you put those patients onto digital drugs, meaning that when they swallow them, they pop up on their mobile device and they can see how they're doing, 98% of those patients, 98%, will be at their blood pressure goal within 90 days. That's an unseen outcome with a single drug. It's unbelievable. And by the way, what we're leveraging here is this behavior pattern that we know exists, right? It's not that clever. We can see it all around us.
I'll give you some very pragmatic, simple answers. So if you look at kind of just the way the US healthcare system functions right now vis-a-vis other rich countries in the world, we actually go to the doctor less, we go to the hospital less than most other OECD countries or the average of the OECD, but our healthcare system is about twice as expensive. We pay 80% of GDP for healthcare, Germany pays 10% or so, Switzerland 11%. Where does the difference come from? Largely from unit cost differences. Bypass surgeries and so on are vastly more expensive on a per procedure basis than in other rich countries. And so the biggest amount, the most pragmatic use of data we have employed it for in the last couple of years is really to make sure you get to the right level of care, setting of care in essence. For example, we pick up in real time if we get an eligibility check from an out-of-network physician or emergency room, and then make sure the member knows which physician, which doctor to go to make sure the cost stays low and the quality remains high. We monitor our televisit phone calls where our doctors take calls about a rash or something else, something more serious, monitor them for mentions of you should go to the ER, you should go to urgent care, and see if we can start saying, well, this actually care we can take into another setting of care. We see in real time in New York when somebody did go to the emergency room, gets discharged from it, have a conversation with the member right away, and I'll talk about what that means, have a conversation with the member in a second, have a conversation there and make sure the member knows what to do next. In about 15% of these cases, members were about to again walk into physicians or out-network situations that would have cost them a bunch of money and the rest of the system a bunch of money. That's what drives the cost up oftentimes. The interesting thing about being a data-driven and tech-driven organization, nevertheless, is this is healthcare, and the connection to human beings on the other end is extremely important, and for that link to be human. And so one of the most important tools we have built inside the company is a concierge team of 4 people that respond to all of your interactions with Oscar, and one of those 4 people is a nurse. And so in other words, whatever conversation you have with us, whether it's clinical in nature or customer service in nature, these 4 people that you will build trust towards will have that conversation with you. And then only if you are able to have sort of like an anchor point like that team, can you even make use of data we observe about the member and message you want to get across to the member. Going back to what you said earlier as well, if you just pick up on billing data, if you just pick up on claims data, you're not only way too late, you also lack the richness of the information you need about the member and the member's situation in life to have a fruitful conversation with that person as to what to do next in healthcare.
How are you guys dealing with this rapid, sometimes unsteady change in the healthcare system here on a regulatory basis? Like you guys were sort of born out of the ACA, and now that may be undone soon. So how do you deal with those sorts of situations?
We were born out of a desire to build a product that individuals would tell their friends and family about. I mean, as simple as that, okay? As I mentioned, I'm a computer scientist. My wife got pregnant in 2012. You know, I didn't understand the damn bills I was getting from the insurance company, anybody else in the system. And I said, there's got to be a better way of making that user interaction work, in a sense. And then from then on, it kind of flew out from there. That was about 6 months before the Supreme Court reaffirmed the ACA in 2012. You know, so that's how little we knew about the regulatory change was about to come. However, it was an important entry window for us into the market to now be able to have a market where individuals are buying. And to me, many of these questions we can ask about why isn't data more important? Why are the incentives off? Why is everything fee for service? Goes back to the role that the individual does not play in the healthcare system. If you look at healthcare cost inflation, I think the panel talked about this earlier, since 2000, or this year 2000, about 250% or so healthcare cost inflation in this country, except for in any elective procedure. LASIK, breast surgery, rhinoplasty, these kind of procedures have come down in price. Because there, you as an end user have control, you want value for your money, you demand a better price and a downwards coming in price. So how do we navigate now the current changes? I think in the end, over a 10, 15 year period or so of time, all of US healthcare will shift more towards individual orientation. We will all go from a defined benefit system towards a defined contribution system where individuals will have more control of what kind of healthcare they want to get. I think business models like Andrew's are going to be further enabled by that too, because you're going to have different network designs where providers are at risk, where they want diagnostic technology like Andrew's, and they want to deploy this in a different kind of care setting. That is the world we're building for. In the short term, yes, we have to watch exactly how we can sell plans and design plans in the best possible way, but I'm pretty confident that 20 million people will not lose their health insurance next year, and any market that has a functioning individual market is a market that we, were founded for.
Andrew?
Yeah, so look, I mean, it's fair to say that from a sort of a legislative perspective, American healthcare is in a bit of a, shall we say, a state of turmoil. And so it's not so easy necessarily to predict specifically in the short to medium term where it's going to end up. But if you take a long view, it's pretty straightforward. We have three very, very big issues. The first is an access issue. And the most important way that we think about delivering health access, not just in this country but around the globe, is to leverage the network that's in everyone's pocket called a smartphone. It's really important to understand when we think about health access that billions of people are entering the middle class all around the globe. All of these people want access to health services. And if we don't figure out ways to deliver those services in a much more efficient way, then there will be no doctors serving poor and middle class people in this country. They'll all be serving millionaires in India. So the health access problem is not just a problem in this country, it's a very big global problem. Access leads to cost, and as Mario has pointed out extensively, look, we spend far too much on healthcare. In my view, although you can point to perhaps the rather high prices associated with invasive procedures in the United States, the whole point is that rearranging and making sick care cheaper isn't going to solve the problem. 80% of what we spend is on chronic disease. There are 360 million people in China with hypertension. 9% of them are treated to goal. That's a heart attack and stroke time bomb underneath the country. And making it cheaper to treat those serious, you got to treat the underlying problem, which is the high blood pressure. So access, cost, and then the last thing is sustainability. I think it's really important to understand that innovation in just about every sector that we experience, whether it's cars, electronics, food, innovation means better and cheaper every year. Only in healthcare have we managed to define healthcare as a bit better and a lot more expensive, and it's totally bogus, and that has to end. And the most important way that has to end is that the US government has to stop paying for it.
So, yes, we're like in a room where everybody sort of buys into this notion of software makes things more efficient, Hopefully the cost comes down from there. What are some of the barriers that you see going forward, and how do we tackle those in terms of bringing healthcare to a future that's more data-driven, more efficient, less costly, better for patients?
So I think it's very important to be very realistic about this. Silicon Valley is the most innovative place in the world because it has the highest density of high-trust networks. And in high-trust networks, you can do very innovative things, and if you fail, you can dust yourself off and do it again. In healthcare, the real challenge is you can get tons of innovation in these high-trust networks, but in order to get into the commercial world, it has to meet low-trust networks. And these are networks that are designed to be low trust. It's not a mistake or an error. They're there because they're designed to protect patients. So the FDA is a low-trust network. Payers are low-trust networks. Physicians are low-trust networks, and it takes years to work through those. And so the most important thing that I think about as a commercial stage company now is how do we earn and build trust? Because that's the currency that will enable those networks to adopt our products. And it's really important that that's viewed as part of how you succeed and not a problem or a barrier or an annoyance. It's a fact of life.
Mario?
I think the most important thing is that payment systems have to change and the incentives have to change. Again, in a fee-for-service world, I'm not telling you anything new here. That's none of the stuff we're talking about, use data to keep people out of the hospital, is interesting to the system as it exists right now. You know, we've had a case recently of a member who was in the hospital for months, really, for a particular condition, and wouldn't get discharged by the hospital because that person wasn't going to be able to walk up 3 floors into the house where the person lived, and purposefully not saying the gender. And all it took was for somebody to install a lift in that house, and immediately the member was able to be discharged. And we ended up spending a few $1,000s on building a lift in the house, which cost us about as much as 2 further days in the inpatient rehab that the member was in before. You know, the system as a whole, as a society, that lowered our costs of treating that member's disease and frankly getting members, health life in a better place. But it cost the system as it is designed right now money because the fee-for-service fees didn't flow anymore. So unless we are able to build networks where providers, insurers, payers, and so on, where those lines get blurred, where data gets more easily interchanged, where everyone makes more money, frankly, when members get healthier and not come back to the hospital, I think none of the stuff we're talking about from a technology perspective will ever really take hold. And to me, one other thing has to happen in order for us to get to that system, and that is to give the individual more choice. If you are forever beholden to whatever your employer gives you as a choice in your healthcare matters, if you work for a awesome tech company, you have very low co-pays, can utilize whatever you want, drive the cost up for everybody else, and not ever put hospitals and doctors into any kind of competition for value, for really driving value for the money that you're spending. Again, none of this stuff will change. You need to have people vote with their feet. I do think the individual market did that in quite a good way. You saw the network designs change. You saw that people actually became more comfortable, despite the noise around it, with higher deductibles, because they realize that's kind of how you manage all the rest of your life. The more the maintenance care that you want to take care of yourself, you pay for out of pockets, but you're covered against catastrophic events. And so payment systems got to change towards more value-based care. The technology will change alongside that, and then in order for that to get unlocked, we have to get to more individualization.
And then just quickly, because we're running out of time, how do you guys tackle privacy, given the fact that every couple of weeks there's another hack and cyber attack?
So we like to redefine that word, actually. We think it's overused. The internet's made for sharing. It's not made to keep things private. It's made to help people share, all right? And the absolute key when you're thinking about that issue is to be very clear in your terms and conditions what you mean by sharing. So there's 4 ways that we think about that. Consensual sharing, right? People love that. That's an email, that's a Snapchat, that's an Instagram, that's me sharing my data with my mum or my mum sharing her data with me because I want to get better and I want to put social networking around my medical care. Great, that's consensual sharing, totally in favor of it. In fact, that's what we enable. There's something else which has given sharing on the internet a very bad name. It's called clandestine sharing. And that's when you download Angry Birds and they scrape all the data off your phone because their business model is to steal your identity. Lots of internet companies do that, and clandestine sharing is something we are explicit we will never do. We're not going to take your data and do anything with it that enables us to make money that has nothing to do with you getting well. That's the second type of sharing. The third type of sharing is what I'm going to call coercive sharing, and that might be if an insurance company came and said, tell us about Mrs. Smith and did she take her pills? The answer is no. Unless that person has consented to that data being shared, you can't have it. So we're very clear about coercive sharing, and the last piece of this is criminal sharing, when people steal your identity. That's very easy to deal with, and if you want to get evidence around how to deal with that, just look at financial services, where it's just essentially very largely a non-issue. If you think about stealing a credit card data, complete credit card information is worth almost nothing because you can't do anything with it. So it's relatively straightforward to figure out how to prevent criminal sharing. The absolute key is these two in the middle, which are clandestine and coercive, and companies need to be absolutely explicit with their customers about what they will and won't do.
For us, it's extremely simple. We would never, the only reason we use your data is to make sure that you get better healthcare. It's been built into the company's DNA from the beginning because we are so heavily regulated as an insurance company. We are beholden to HIPAA and various other kind of laws that exactly govern what we can do with the data. This, I'll tell you one interesting story, gets to the point where we have to build our products around how we want to make sure that you can best communicate with us. For example, this is actually a tip for the audience as well. If you ever were to get sick, then your wife, for example, would not be able to talk to your insurance company about your medical records unless you have specifically signed a HIPAA release form, which is what very few people do. And so in our case, we actually have that conversation now. Took us a couple of months and years to get there, really, with a member from the very beginning to make sure, is there someone in your life who you are willing to share this information with if something were to happen to you, and then make sure that that member signs a HIPAA release form, can be online, everything else. But that's how seriously we take it. It's part of the DNA of the company and extremely important. Yeah.
Questions?
Wow.
Anybody? Nobody? Okay.
Hi, Aaron Miller, Branch. Thank you for the presentation. When you say the government should not pay for health care, what do you mean, like Medicare and Medicaid, or maybe I misunderstood the comment?
Well, what I mean by that really is, look, the big problem in the United States is the government set prices. So you can create systems in which the government is providing a safety net or creating resources that consumers can spend. But the real problem here is that we have a very political process by which medical services, medical products, they get priced by the government, and that's a huge problem. If you just go outside of healthcare for a second, you can do the math on this. Governments tend to spend and are willing to spend by far the most on any product or service. Corporations come second, and then consumers are by far the best of it. And you look at consumer-driven markets, you tend to get lower prices and higher quality. And so that's just a fact of life. And so the key here is to get the US government out of the business of setting prices, particularly in the United States, because they're so high.
Anybody else? Oh, over there.
Has set up with Medicaid, I believe, to not allow any negotiation in prices between Medicaid and the pharmaceutical industry. So a lot of it's being set by lobbyists and the political system.
That's right. Exactly.
So how would you suggest we change that?
So I just think there should be, there are many other ways in which you can figure out how to set prices in markets that involve legitimate pricing signals and, for example, insurance companies or providers or other people being able to decide what they want to pay for a product or service without that price being mandated or set by government enterprise.
And then one final question back there.
Yes, I'm just curious, you're taking in some cases generic products, right, and putting them in the digital situation. So how do you price those drugs when you're adding the the Proteus component to it?
So when we deliver a service, we don't actually price the drugs at all. What we price is based upon the service that we deliver. And so in a digital medicine service, you're going to essentially buy access to a panel of medicines that treat the patient in the category that you're dealing with. You're going to get software that supports the patient on their mobile device. You're going to get software or a dashboard that supports the physician and the care team, and you're going to get analytics that go into the health system so you can see how to manage risk. And you price that based upon the overall value of the service offering. We build health economic models with our customers where we demonstrate to them, for example, the improvement in health outcomes, the reduction in ED visits, and the reduction in hospital stays. That you can price, and that's what we do.
Okay. Thank you.
Great.
We're done. You're
Thank you.
dismissed.
Andy?
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you so much. So many of you are healthcare people, so you probably don't know how prestigious Y Combinator is, but it's like kind of the most cool place to come out of if you're a startup. And especially to have a Y Combinator company that's based in Brooklyn is quite nice for us. They tend to hold those over in California. So our next speaker, Caitlin Gleason, is CEO of such a company, Eligible. And the title of this session is quite, I think, aspirational, you might say. How data science and deep learning are simplifying healthcare payments. We've certainly heard how frustrating healthcare payments are in the United States. So I think we'll all be eager to hear how data science and deep learning can help simplify them. So please, Caitlin.
Thank you so much for having me. Hi, everybody. I'm Caitlin. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Eligible. Eligible is a healthcare infrastructure company. Oh, there's our slides. Eligible is a healthcare infrastructure company in the application programming interface space. We were the first developer-friendly platform for integrating real-time patient eligibility and claim submissions. The problem that we solve on a micro level is one I think we're all pretty intimate with or have experienced in our lives. You go and get some lab work done. They tell you at the time of service you owe $20, and then 2 months later you get a bill stating you owe another $100. And yeah. So this problem isn't set to be solved anytime soon. This is the rise in patients' share of the cost burden since 2006. We're already looking at 80% of health insurance plans requiring a deductible. It turns out this problem is just as bad for doctors. Every week a doctor waits to bill the patient decreases the likelihood that they will get paid by 1.2%. And on average, 80% of patient accounts are under $150. So it's not that the patient can't pay. They don't want to feel hoodwinked or surprised when they get a mystery bill 2 months later. So at Eligible, as we were saying earlier, we solve this problem for patients and providers through data science. Actually funny, when I started the company in Mountain View, and again, it was close to 6 years ago, I didn't know what I was doing was data science. I was compelled by the problem, and the only way to solve the problem was to clean up the data. We now at Eligible maintain a set of data science abstractions and transformation techniques that allow us to synthesize all of the different insurance policy information that we get back in a very archaic X12 EDI format. Now, in doing that, we're actually able to create very reliable and sustainable abstractions that any programming language can easily digest. So the problem here is everyone says, technology. But technology is, in our day and age, wasn't able to absorb the data that was coming back to them. And with Eligible, now they can. We also have now implemented machine learning algorithms, which they predict patterns based off of a data set of over 100 billion healthcare cases that we have in our proprietary data set. We've also implemented natural language processing. So for natural language processing, we often will get back a ton of context from insurers, but we'll get it back in unstructured data. We'll get it back in free text messages. So obviously natural language processing is helping us work with that. And through the deployment of our APIs in provider systems, we are now able to accurately predict what a patient will owe at the time of service. So scheduling, registration, check-in, and check-out. It's also very good for the provider's bottom line. This is an example of one of our customers, their return on investment. And yeah, we hope as a byproduct, we will enable providers to not have to worry about collecting a $50 bill and be able to cure cancer. Aspirational. That's it. That's Eligible. Thanks.
So, really First of all, why is it called Eligible?
So our first product is patient healthcare eligibility.
I see. Okay, so your clients are the hospitals and doctors groups and people like that.
That's correct.
But the interface that you build then is used by the patient as well?
Yeah, for instance, Cleveland Clinic is one of our customers.
Oh, they're on stage in a few minutes.
Yeah, and they have something called the appointment pass. And the appointment pass is a barcode that every patient, when they walk into a Cleveland Clinic center, they actually scan it and they're told their copay and their deductible and their coinsurance. And that is actually built with our application programming interface. So underneath the hood of that application is our data feeds going back and forth to your insurers.
So explain a little more about what got you motivated to do this and raise $25 million, which you've done to solve this problem. And what was your background prior to this?
Oh, interesting. So I went to school for acting. That was my background. 23 years old. I got a very aspirational existential hunger in me to find a different, kind of the new world of what was being created and who was changing the world. I teamed up with a company called Dr. Chrono, which is a iPad EHR company. And in doing so, I had
Electronic health record, yes.
That's
just
correct.
To translate the acronyms, yes.
You got it? Yep. And in doing so, I had to work with tons of doctors all day long, every day, and all of their billing staff. And one doctor in New York City was the top oncologist in the city, and he had millions of dollars wrapped up because he was filling out paperwork wrong to insurance companies. And it broke my heart. He couldn't do what he went to school. He couldn't practice medicine. So it drove me.
So part of the motivation was just to, like as you said in your talk, I guess now I'm understanding it more clearly.
Yeah.
Just to help doctors be doctors and not worry about the other bullshit kind
That's
of.
right. Yeah. And also, it brings transparency to the patient. The patient wants to know, they don't mind paying. They just want to know what they're going to owe.
So what's your optimistic Silicon Valley trained attitude towards how broadly this kind of thing could actually change the way medical system works?
Yeah, so we like to remove all of the friction in fee-for-service first. So remove all the fee-for-service friction, and then be able to focus on value-based payments. So being able to apply data science eventually to value-based payments makes complete sense because we're already analyzing
Just
the
define for the people who don't know, value-based payments.
I'm used to a healthcare crowd.
Yeah, it's only like about a third really knowledgeable about those kinds of terminology.
Yeah.
So just define that.
Sure. I mean, the best way to define it is today in today's ecosystem, fee-for-service, a doctor gets paid for every procedure that they perform. So when they submit a claim to an insurer, they're actually submitting what's called a CPT code, and they are charging and getting paid off of that CPT code. Value-based payments enables a sort of broader ecosystem, and I think we were just talking about this up here with Oscar, where you start to care not so much about how many services you render for a patient, but you start to care about the actual care of the patient, and that's how you're compensated. There's huge problems there. So any major healthcare institution right now trying to implement value-based care, they're encountering a lot of issues. None of the technology stacks have been created to support value-based care. So we need to remove all friction from fee-for-service so that they can allocate resources and think about that.
Who has a question or a comment?
Okay.
Oh, come on. How about you, Peter? You got a question? Oh, you see one? Thank you. Oh, good. Okay, over here.
Okay.
I knew asking you would be the right thing. Oh, 2 mics for you. You only need one, but
They're coming at you from both sides right now. It's the love.
This is more of a personal question.
Sure. I
Okay.
can help you with your bill. No.
Yeah, it's sort of that way. It
We
is
can
sort
do
of
that.
that way.
Sure.
Okay, because my insurance sucks a big one. And so before I actually go see a doctor, I call my insurance. I'm sorry if any insurance
No, it's-
companies here. Anyway, oh, okay. So I will call up my insurance company, find out what doctor I can use, ask them how much they will charge for a particular service.
Yep.
I will ask them what the CPT code is and
Oh,
everything
good
like
for you.
that.
This is an educated healthcare consumer.
It hasn't helped.
Oh, no.
It hasn't helped.
But
So
this
I will
is-
get a list of all, like, what the contracted rate
Yes.
with the health insurance company and the doctor and the facility and any of the external other, people. They will give me a price, and then I go to the doctor or have the procedure, then I get the bill. So how does your service help me? Because there's, and then I then I get the bill.
Yeah.
I contact my insurance company.
Yeah.
And they said, it was only an estimated, price,
So
cost.
a few things factor in here, and I don't want to pretend I know everything, but I can tell you a story and perhaps it will help. So RadNet Radiology is a radiology center. They've got about 254 locations across the country. And instead of their patients calling an insurer to find out what they'll be estimated for, the patients get to call RadNet because they use us. right? So instead of you calling your insurer, you would sit down with RadNet, and they would put you in either a flag bucket. As I said, 80% of the counts are under $150, so they'll estimate for you. And their estimate is going to be more accurate because they have all the nuances of their contracts. I understand you did say you got the contracted rate, but this is, I have one doctor where they have 32 CPT codes and 132,000 different prices. So it's, we're talking.
For a particular doctor at a particular facility,
Yeah.
it has to,
Most doctors don't know what they actually charge, right? Well, just to kind of, broaden, we can totally together, I feel like we could brain jam and really nerd out together, so I'm into it. But just to answer your question, the difference with us is that for RadNet, you wouldn't actually have to call your insurer. You work with their team at scheduling to do this, which is nice.
Simone, can I take another question?
Yeah.
One more, okay.
I'm Andy Gonzalez. If to go from the specific to the global, is anything that you have seen on the program today going to put your firm out of business by making it moot once the entire healthcare system is completely reimagined?
Well, doctors today, I'm not talking 10 years from now, doctors today are leaving 50% of what they're owed on the table every single year. 50%.
Because of just billing problems?
Because of billing problems. It's that bad.
And the consumers are totally screwed too. Everybody's screwed in this system. It's so terrible.
And everyone blames the insurer, but it's not really the insurer either. Do you know who it is? It's the middlemen. It's the consultants in the middle. It's the EHR vendors. It's the PMs. They never get blamed, but that's always my opinion.
How do you feel about Epic? I'm just curious, since they are the big EHR.
I feel like they're a database, and they're only a database, and we use them as a database. And they're a great database. They've got a lot of data, right? So when we integrate with Epic in any capacity, it's reading and writing to Epic, and we keep all of our juice or the secret sauce up in the cloud. So
yes,
we just,
Epic could be a whole conference, I've discovered. And by the way, when I tried to call them to get somebody to agree to be on this program, they don't even have a PR department.
I bet.
And you can't even really get a person there.
They're
in Madison, Wisconsin, and they are very arrogant, I will say that.
Yeah.
And they practically run the American healthcare system. Anyway, that's another story. But thank you so much, Caitlin.
Thank you, so nice to meet
really
you.
good to have you,
Thanks.
really interesting. So, Claudia. A very good friend of mine, Claudia Gonzalez-Romo, who has done everything you can imagine. I first met her when she was head of communications at the World Economic Forum way back when. Now she's at UNICEF. She's going to interview an extraordinary person, Dr. Agnes Binagwaho, who I got to know last night, who is the former health minister of Rwanda and is now doing an amazing project with the new healthcare university. So will you two take it away?
Yes, very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to have you. Hope to see you too.
So when we started talking, Professor Agnes, it's such a pleasure to actually have a conversation with you today. When we started talking about what is the role of technology in health, we actually went more onto the bigger picture, as in what is the role of technology to really boost social capital and economic growth. And just I'd like to start by saying I think that we're the first session today that is not talking about real technology. So maybe this is a way to have a reality check and see how technology can really help improve and change lives in countries like yours, Rwanda, and mine, Mexico. So can we actually just have your sense, being the former Minister of Health of Rwanda, having more than 93% of the kids in Rwanda being vaccinated. Actually, that's more than in the US or any other country.
Of course.
No, but that was well done. 93% of all kids in Rwanda getting vaccinated.
Now, she doesn't say everything. Vaccinate against 11 antigen for boys, 12 for girls. Fully. The best on us.
There you go. So what is the role of technology in actually boosting, what's the role of technology in boosting social capital? And then we can dig into your health, nutrition, stunting, obesity, and what can technology do to help?
So the first thing to remember is you can work for technology. First of all, you work for human beings, isn't it? You work for the people to have something better. Here it's health. And you cannot manage, for me, you cannot manage the health sector without technology. If not, you don't know how to deal with this immense and huge amount of data that you have to collect to manage the health sector. So this is the role of technology. It helps you to manage. It helps you to understand what is your setting, what is changing when you have a new emergence of a disease. It helps you to control outbreak. Remember Ebola, SARS, and all those things that are coming we don't know. And it helps you to manage the vaccination, meaning you know, you have the list of kids, you know the percentage that are vaccinated, you know those who are not vaccinated. You can go and ask why. And if it's because of supply chain management, you have a software to manage it. If it's because you don't have enough sensitize that area, you can use social media to sensitize. You can use ICT, internet. You can use Facebook, and you can use also Twitter.
But you were actually fearless. I remember when I was working at the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, you were fearless about like fighting for developing countries in the view of donor countries to say, you know what, really what we really need is food and shelter and the basics. Why are you asking for money for technology? And it took you actually a couple of years to get ICT systems going. But tell us about that journey. Tell us about what ICT, how can actually a country like Rwanda can really grow and be ready for the bigger picture, or how can it fall behind if you don't invest in technology? What was your journey?
So the journey is to be opportunistic, meaning you have Global Fund, you have WHO, you have USAID, you have CDC, who want to give money for HIV because it was, okay. So we say, okay, give the money, but to manage HIV, we need ICT. We need technology. And you take that technology and you apply to the whole health sector. And to manage it, you create an equity platform for your country. You say that what we need is every Rwandan, whatever place he lives, to have access to IRVs. To have this access, you need to have access to testing. To have also the IRVs, the little sector where he's living needs a pharmacy that it's without stock out. So for all this, you create a connectivity. You create the capacity to all and each health center to report based on ICT, so that I don't have to read all those reports. Can you imagine? We have 3 community health workers in 50,000 villages. That means 45,000 reports every month. The one who pretends reading them is a liar. However, if they report with a phone and everything go in a way I don't know because I'm a pediatrician, in a way it go to a server and I just have somebody very clever who just interrogate the server for me. Where are they vaccinated? Where there is a problem? And it allows you to reach the last miles where there is a problem and to focus to the vulnerable, not to those who have no problem.
And I have to give her credit. At this time, it's impossible for all of you probably to believe here how much paper is actually, done or it was done in countries like Rwanda or Mexico or others, because health workers go from village to village. They capture the data on paper. They go to the data. They go with this stack of paper to the hospital. The hospital actually has to digitalize it. By the time you actually get to digitalize it, the patient probably is gone. So
or dead.
That's what I meant. Yeah. In a way, what we're saying is, bye-bye. But altogether, what I'm trying to say is that now that you realize how well, how much you have connected Rwanda, is there a business opportunity? Or is this going to meet now? Is Rwanda ready for more business opportunity on the health sector so that technology can come and say, now that you have a country that is connected, now that you have understanding of your data, you probably have more communication along your standards and your data in Rwanda than probably other countries here. How many systems do you think that the U.S. has, and are they connected really when it comes to your health, care? So does your insurance connect to your doctor, to connect to your dentist, and so on? Probably you don't have that, socialization that you have done in Rwanda. So is there what's the business opportunity now that, in health and technology in Rwanda now?
So if you, of course, there is always something new that is more friendly to use and that can replace what we have. So it has to bring something to the sector. It has to bring more ASEAN friendly to use, and time that we save. But first of all, it needs to be interoperable, what you don't have here. Here, it's chaos. I will not like to be your minister. Because, no, sincerely, because I don't know how to talk to all those software that doesn't talk to each other and that make the life of people more difficult. You are so clever, you have so much brain, make it interoperable so that doctors can work with you easily. There is a lot of opportunities there, out there. And Rwanda is a model of ICT, each corner is connected. And to tell you, there is no woman who die around pregnancy or delivery that we don't have immediately the age, the place, the name, and the why. And to reach that level is the only way we can save every woman. And we have reached the MDG thanks to that. We have an instant notice at ministerial level for each woman who dies. And this we can have thanks to the work you do. You do an amazing work. Talk to each other.
And on the talking to each other, on the systems of talking to each other, you have also on nutrition. And nutrition means stunting, or in this country, for example, obesity. 1 in every 4 American kid is either obese, or actually 1 in every 4 goes to school hungry. You have dealt with, how can technology help that problem in this country?
So,
if the systems are, like not as coordinated as we know, and basically,
but you
like
need first of all to coordinate. But there is something that the world believes we do because we are poor. We are poor. That's true. We are not a rich country, but we have community health workers in each village. You have so many young people or middle-aged people that are jobless. Imagine that but it has to be either an enterprise who do that. But you have community health workers in each 200 households in this country. You give them a very good tablet with all the nutrition standards. They took the measurement of all kids. They find this one is malnourished because too much, this one is malnourished because not enough. They put the data in that tablet, and the tablet gives what to say to that family.
Is that artificial intelligence?
That is artificial intelligence. Will never replace human intelligence. Will complement human intelligence. Meaning you need to teach the human to use that intelligence to expand their own capacity. And that's what you are doing here.
But also, you and I discussed that ICT, even like artificial intelligence and technology, cannot work without political will and policy.
That's it.
And altogether, you can have as much advancement and goodwill, and even a business opportunity in countries like yours, or in countries like this. But altogether, if you don't have the willingness to, like put the policy in place, it's going to never be able to be complemented or put into action.
Yeah.
So in a country where, well, you have now set up the Global Health Equity University that basically tries to train people to invest equitably. That means going to the last first, the poorest before, going to every corner, to the rural areas where no one, when you think that there's no one that will be forgotten according to this equitable investment. But in health, in this country, for example, how do you do with a policy that is actually trying to cut budgets for welfare or social care, actually leaving those that are left behind even more behind? What do you do with how do you actually overcome policies that are going to be restrictive in budgetary investments for the poorest?
You go to your senator and you discuss with him for him to advocate in Congress.
But is there any role that technology can play in there?
Other thing is people like you to come together and set an ICT agenda for the country. You can do that. The third thing is politically it doesn't work. Civil society is still there. And to have a great dialogue, go out of your office and your lab and discuss with the people you want to serve. You can, I just want to recall what the people have done in Guinea and Liberia with the Ebola crisis. Government was overcome, they had to organize themselves. They came and they create a security around. Imagine if they had ICT to do it. So that means people like you can go in dialogue to do the software or to adapt the software you have to the needs of those people who try to survive and to live. And let me tell you, it's a win-win situation. You will make money, they will survive. And so the dialogue with the people who have the business and the technology with the community directly when the government doesn't work well, or with government when the government works well. It's an investment, but you can come in a country like mine and see how much we have invested. It was a big things in the beginning, and how many we are winning now.
Mm-hmm.
It's enormous.
So a lot of progress made. I do want to open it up for questions and answers. I mean, like, there are brilliant people in the audience, Esther Dyson. I would love, I would love to open it up. But let me ask you one question. So we are now getting to understand what it means to rule with tweets, and have presidents and governments actually have a tweet diplomacy that is quite proliferous and, yet understandable. But I have to say, I think that you started that trend.
Yeah.
Like a number of years ago, you were bashing everyone that I remember in the planet with your tweets. And I think that you have, no, literally, if you don't know, go back. This is probably 10 years ago where she was actually doing diplomacy on your face with her tweets. And so she was saying, I don't like what UNICEF is negotiating with me right now. Boom. And we were like, I think we have to talk. But, so you started with this.
And suddenly they love to talk.
No, but literally, you did that.
Yeah.
You did. Did you actually have to pay any political price for being so, open about your, your opinions on Twitter?
No, I got so much return. First of all, I built trust with my people because they can also tweet me. And my commitment is to answer any tweet before sleeping. And so when they see that, I tell what you have done as policy is detrimental for my people. Please change for this. First of all, my people are happy, and they start to consider because they are all following me now, and they don't want to look bad. And I can make you looking very bad on Twitter. It's not difficult, and it's fun.
So So here's the question. So knowing that you have you're a fighter, and you have been always a fighter, now you're fighting for equity, meaning to give everyone and every child and every person a chance to have healthcare access to healthcare. So knowing that there are some governments and some presidents that are actually going to try to cut budgets that allow you to go to those, what would you tweet to certain presidents of certain countries like this one?
Should I tweet the president or you? Who have put? No, that's the reason. The democracy is go with responsibility. Head of state doesn't go there by their own, isn't it? So I will tweet you to be more careful if you are not happy. So that's what I will do, because I'm not going to vote on your place. But the most important for me is to fight for equity, but also to educate the next generation of people who will do that. Meaning to give them the tools, the skills, the academic knowledge, and the academic sense of excellence to do what they have to do when they will be in position.
Well done. I thought you were going to say, don't cut foreign aid to my country, particularly if you care about migration. So let's open it up for questions and to Professor Áñez.
Somebody there.
Yes.
Hi, Alka Mansakani from NYU Medical and Health Equity Initiative. I had a question about your idea about health equity. Do you see that as just access to healthcare, or do you see all the other social determinants of health being included in terms of education and poverty and
housing and
all
everything.
Of that?
Yes. So that's what we teach, because a doctor, a nurse, a dentist, whatever, if they don't take care about the social determinant of health, They are doing nothing. They are just come, they massage you, you are better, and they send you back in your mess.
And that comes actually to a higher price. Yes. Yes, please.
Great discussion, and if you want to run for president, you have my vote. But a question would be, what you've had some very provocative points about our mindset and our own behaviors as citizens and as people in the healthcare system. But what have you seen as technology that has been implemented in Rwanda that you think could be re-engineered to work in a more modern healthcare system like ours, where we should be borrowing from technology that you're using there?
You know, so I'm a pediatrician, so I cannot go into details. However, we didn't invent alone what we are using. So let's say it's a reversed innovation for you to use the technology you invent in a better way. And this is what we want to teach in our university. How can you use the tool? Because the tool is neutral. The tool is doing nothing. What is important is what you do with that tool. How can you use the tool better to better serve the people and to better serve the most vulnerable? There is something that is forgotten. It is the fact that if you invest in the most vulnerable, you left nobody out and you serve all. And the return, you get what you need. You are there, guy, to make money. Money is a good thing. We do great things with money. But you'll make more money if you invest in the vulnerable and have everybody served. So it's another way to do business with the great tool you invent.
And actually it pays off. And David, if I may, I wanted to, UNICEF will have, the problem we have in investing in equity is that you don't know whether there is a return on investment and whether it pays off or it's just like going to the black hole. But UNICEF is actually going to be launching in June a business case about like how we're narrowing the gaps on health thanks to actually investing in equity. So investing in the poorest, investing in clinics that are far away, investing in actually distribution centers pays off, and actually pays off at the policy level and the prevention level, and actually just like on the not having.
And it pays off like that.
So what we want to do, if you allow us, is actually for us to send that to you to distribute to whomever is interested.
And to add on this, you need to accept to invest in rural area. The majority of the world live in a rural area. And don't believe that because they are totally poor, they cannot contribute a little bit.
Right.
Second, they all drink a beer. Just do a campaign, a beer a month for me. Huh? So, and they will do a traditional beer. They don't have to, but there is always something to invest with the quantity of people. The return will be far more than to serve a minority and have a country that is in bad health condition.
Esther.
Can you just talk a little bit about the actual ecosystem of who's connected, how much is over cell phone, what's the actual experience of an individual Rwandan in their village connecting into this system?
Yeah, so we have the health sector managed by around 13 software. The basic one is the SISCOM, the Community Information Health System. 45,000 Rwandan in 15,000 villages, 3 community health workers, 2 women, 1 man, have a phone to alert us, outbreak, etc. And this go directly to the Ministry of Health, but go also to the district, so the mayor can take action. Those community health workers report to a health center. We have 500 health centers, 1 health center for 15,000 inhabitants. And those health centers report to a district hospital who report to the mayor. And the mayor report to the ministry. But you can see that because it's ICT-based, we can give a timely response. There is 5 people who have a diarrhea or there. The national lab sends somebody because we are in a region where we can have a risk of cholera. So that means if it happens at 6 o'clock at night, before 6 o'clock in the morning, the sample have to be in the lab. And what we teach in the university is how to do that. It's not complicated. Make systems talk to each other. Connect and make the local government and the central government talking to each other, but also talking to the borders, because we have so many borders. What happened there concerns us also. So if we want to protect the population, we also need to contribute to protect the surrounding population of Rwanda. So all this is interconnected. And that's why I talk about interoperability, because you cannot have 13 systems because you have 13 software. You have to have one dialogue, and all the systems helping you in that conversation that help you to understand your setting, where you are working, with who you are working, and dialogue like this, dialogue like that across sector and across countries.
So we're running out of time. Just the last word to this brilliant audience of Techonomy, where you have business, health, technology all together. What would be your last message?
My last message is whatever you do, do it with cultural sensitivity. Don't bring something and tell people buy it, because they are going to be paralyzed with it. Go to the people and say, what is your problem? How can I help you? And adapt your system to their system. And also, please, they don't know what interoperable means. Think for that for them. They will love you.
Dr. Áñez, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Claudia.
Thank you.
Really good. Okay, so next, we've been hearing bad-mouthing the U.S. system all day, and we're going to continue, but we'll at least maybe be a little bit more constructive. Just to mention the magazine again, Dan Monroe, who you're about to hear from, wrote one of my favorite articles in here. You know, we have this whole second half of this magazine is all about technology and health, but the lead article in it is Dan's, because he has such a compelling point of view on the architecture of the American system. And he wrote a book called Casino Healthcare. He's a journalist, I should say, my favorite kind of person. He wrote a book called Casino Healthcare, which is an excellent, scathing indictment of our system, which he may summarize, I guess, now in 10 minutes. So.
Fabulous. Thank you very much, and look forward to the opportunity to talk to you today. I thought I'd try and frame this a little bit relative to my background, the book, the article, and then what I wanted to do was kind of a short story on patient identification, in part because patient identification, I think, represents a great short story into looking through the lens of technology, innovation, and policy. And it starts with another companion book that I strongly recommend, which is by Dr. Bob Wachter, who wrote The Digital Doctor. And if you haven't read that, that is really an excellent book on the evolution of the electronic health record system. He works as a clinician at the University of California, San Francisco, which is, I believe, an Epic shop. And his lens into the entire electronic health record system is phenomenal. And one of the first things he identifies, which is what I'm keying off with patient identification, is the first thing that we have to do in the healthcare system is we have to figure out who the hell you are. And that comes back to patient identification and how we do that today. So how we do it today is typically by name. We use a social security number, we use a birth date, we may use an address, and then we cram all of those numbers into an algorithm that then tries to do what's called patient matching, in the sense that any hospital system has 1,000 John Does, has 1,000 Mary Smiths, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But the algorithms are what are used to do patient matching and mismatching so that we begin the process of understanding who you are. The problem with all of those fields and all of those numbers is that they aren't ANSI recognized and they're not ISO certified. So there's no standardization around those that we can really apply to. So they aren't really intelligent numbers. There's nothing intelligent behind them. And what do I mean by that? So the patient mismatching problem that we wind up with as a result of that is that in a large enough hospital system, they're going to lose about $17 million a year in denied claims just on patient mismatching. Intermountain Healthcare in Utah spends about $5 million a year just on patient matching. Kaiser Permanente has about 10,000 Maria Gonzalez is in their database. And there's a facility in Houston that has over 250 of the same name with the same birth date. So when you see the size and scope of this, you begin to understand it. Incorrect data amounts to, there's about 8 to 14% of all medical records have incorrect data. So the cost to correct this in the system represents hundreds of millions of dollars a year. Anybody know what this number is? I wouldn't expect to. It's actually what's called the tire identification number. This is a number that the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration dictated that the tire industry use for every vehicle passenger tire. And it's been in use since 1971. Why is that important? It's important as a consumer. If there's a recall on that tire, you can do it by that identification number. And it's an ISO certified number that is represented by that as well. Anybody know what this number is? This one's a little bit more common. It's about 17 VIN. Excellent. So yes, it's a number that's been applied to, and there's a huge history behind this, in part because each of the auto manufacturers in the US established their own vehicle identification number starting in about 1954. The problem was that they weren't unified. And so again, in 1981, the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration dictated that all of the manufacturers use a standard number that is ISO certified. And the beauty of technology like Carfax isn't the fact that we can do that on a mobile phone, which we can, but that it's predicated on a VIN number that can be looked up for recall information to see if that vehicle has been stolen, to see if it was a part of a flood. So vehicle identification number is another example of identification. The more recent example is probably through the TSA. How many people here have a known traveler number? Wow. Great example, right? And you have to pay into that system because you recognize that there is a value in exchange for that. We haven't found that yet in healthcare, but we're getting there. And we started to try and recognize that with a legislation back in 1996 called HIPAA. Anybody know what the P stands for? Great. That's I don't often get that. In any event, it's mandated through Health and Human Services, but it's regulated by healthit.gov, which is also ONC. And before we go any further, I do want to dissuade everybody from the idea that there's a HIPAA compliance. Nobody is HIPAA compliant. There's no certifying governing body out there that says you're HIPAA compliant. HHS doesn't do that. ONC doesn't do that. So what is it that they do? So there's basically three principal rules associated with HIPAA: the privacy rule, the security rule, and the breach notification rule. They simply issue that as a rule that organizations have to abide by, but it's up to the organizations to prove that they've done that individually, which they typically do through an audit. And those audits are third-party generated. They cost a lot of money. They're done annually, and so most companies can't afford to do that or simply don't do that and simply indicate that they're HIPAA compliant. And the fact is they're not. And more recently, HIPAA came out with a cloud computing guidance, which is equally critical. Buried underneath the legislation in 1996 were two other pieces of HIPAA that were long forgotten. One was the National Patient Identifier, and the other was the National Provider Identifier. So 2 years after they implemented HIPAA, or the legislation passed, in 1998, Congress stepped in, defunded the National Patient Identifier, and said, in effect, HHS, you are prohibited from spending any money on developing a National Patient Identifier. But we do have, to this day, we do have a National Provider Identifier. So every doctor in the system has, in effect, a National Provider Identifier. So the reason that they argued against that. And the reason they said we wanted to defund it was because of security and privacy. That argument falls by the wayside today in light of the breaches that we're seeing relative to healthcare generally. This is simply for 1 year, and these are the top 10 breaches, and it's over 111 million records for just 2015. And we're seeing more of that, of course, as the years go on. So these are the organizations that have lobbied heavily for the government to step back in and provide a national patient identifier. No, not surprisingly, one of the lead organizations that's lobbying heavily is HL7, which is the standards organization for the healthcare industry. But there are other groups as well. HIMSS, CHIME, AHIMA, all of these organizations have lobbied Congress heavily, saying we need a national patient identifier. Please give us a national patient identifier. But there's another group behind that, and I don't want to say that these people are anti-national patient identifier as much as they are silent relative to the need for a national patient identifier. So it's not that they're lobbying against one, it's that they're not lobbying for one. And I think until we get more industry involvement in that, it's not likely to happen. Why is partly because the basis of the article and then also of the book is the idea that what we have isn't a dysfunctional government, but what we have is a lot of regulatory capture. So these companies, in effect, are working collectively with Congress, with legislative organizations to protect their interest and naturally set barriers for these kinds of events to happen. The revenue that's associated with keeping it that way is enormous, and that's how we get to $3.5 trillion a year. Absolutely. And that's it.
Please, join me, gents. Oh, we need another chair. All right. Oh, you're so good, Joe. Wow. You shouldn't have to do that, but I didn't get to help you. Okay. You sit. I'm going to sit at the end. Okay. So, we'll come back to some of the other scathing points you make about the system, Dan. But let's just quickly introduce the other two people up here. Steve Krein is the CEO and co-founder of Startup Health, which runs what he likes to say is a army of health transformers, which is it's basically a community of startups, which is what, about 200 health companies, tech startups, in which you invest, but more importantly, you coach, you mentor, you network them together, you help them figure out ways to intersect with the system broadly. Based in New York, which we're very happy about as New Yorkers. Andrew Cohen is vice president of the healthcare vertical at Cognizant and very involved in healthcare, and he's been doing healthcare for an awfully long time and has worked for a lot of different parties in the system. So just talk about some of the different parts of the healthcare system you've worked with, Steve.
Sure, thanks. I started my career actually at Kaiser Permanente, and I was part of Kaiser's national expansion group where we came up into the Northeast and other parts of the country to try to get the Kaiser model up and running. You know, one of the things that really impressed me about Kaiser was that when we sat around and really started to run the business, it was really about getting the physicians, the insurance folks, the finance folks, the actuaries, everybody together in the same room to have a sort of a conversation and to build consensus around how we were going to take care of people, how we were going to finance things, how we were going to run the business, pay claims, do operations. And I thought it was brilliant at the time, and I said, why isn't this everywhere? And again, that was early 90s. And then from there, I went to HealthNet and Cigna, and then spent about 10 years at United Healthcare doing network strategy and a lot of product development. So developing a lot of United's value-based insurance plans, all of their private exchange products and things like that. And then the last 5 years, I've really focused around financial and strategic advisory work on the provider side. So really helping providers understand what's behind the black curtain at big health insurance plans, and trying to figure out sort of how could I be sort of a marriage counselor, so to speak, between the different parties, and try to bring the conversation together for formally sort of adversarial roles.
Yeah.
And now as we're kind of moving back to that Kaiser model or to an ACO model or a more collaborative model, where things are kind of coming full circle 25 years later.
Well, I'm glad you say you think we're moving back to a Kaiser model, because I just want to quickly say one or two things about Kaiser, and the reason why you were so excited about it way back then. You know, Kaiser, for anybody who doesn't understand, is both the insurer and the provider. So basically, they have what? How many? Is John in the room? How many people do you have? 10 million? 11 million. Okay. Kaiser basically has a huge incentive to keep people healthy because they are also the insurer. So that's, frankly, the system we need to have, and the system more or less that every other country has nationwide. So it's just worth keeping in mind it does exist in microcosm in the United States, and there are a few other examples of that exist at smaller scale. Cleveland Clinic has elements of that, and are going to be on stage later, but they're not quite the same because they're not an insurer. But so it is interesting, you know, when you say we're moving toward that, let me just ambush you right now. Why do you say we're moving? And quickly, one more thing. With Philips, I did a thing at Davos the year before last with Zeke Emanuel, who's, you know, one of the Emanuel brothers and a big philosopher of healthcare. And he says, we are heading toward the Kaiserization of American healthcare, which is a very optimistic statement. I'm glad that he thinks that. Do you think that?
I think we're trying to get there. I think when I think about how we're financing healthcare or how we're looking to finance healthcare, we talk about value-based reimbursement today and value-based purchasing. To the extent that we really haven't fully adopted that, even though all the major health plans are saying, you know, 85% of our physicians are reimbursed in a value-based arrangement, and, you know, 80% of our members are taken care of under value-based care delivery models. The reality is it's just sugar-coated fee-for-service. I think that's really where we still are today. So I think everybody kind of wants to get there, but there's intense pressure and barriers for us not to get there. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges we're trying to solve now. And technology and data, I think, can help accelerate that, but we've got a long way to go before we get there.
Okay, in a second, I want you to answer the question, does everybody really want to get there, in a minute. But Steve, I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit more about the perspective of the startups, which you're so conversant with. I mean, we've heard a couple of great startups on the stage today, quite a few. And Caitlin, what she was doing with Eligible, I think maybe we'll talk about that specifically, but how do startups look at this opportunity, and how optimistic are they allowed to be in the United States?
Well, it's a great question, and I want to just kind of remove the word startup and replace it with entrepreneur.
Okay,
because behind all these organizations are people. And what we're seeing, not just here in the US, but globally, through this global army that we've built that are out every day talking to payers and providers and pharmaceutical companies and patients, is that the mindset of the leaders of these organizations are the biggest stumbling blocks to moving forward. So they are as optimistic as entrepreneurs in any other sector, but in this sector, the stakes not only are higher, but the barriers and the stagnation-minded leadership of the organizations they need to collaborate with is so difficult to overcome that we're trying to get them to lock arms with not only each other, but batteries included, leaders of organizations, so that we can begin to move forward. Because when you talk about an organization, whether it's a hospital or a startup, look to the leadership and see where their mindset is. And that is what we're trying to decode, which is whose batteries included, leaning in to help, support, figure out, validate, iterate, experiment, and who's not and is locked with their heels in the ground, unwilling to move forward.
Well, since I know your companies interact with pretty much every major player in American healthcare, you know, of the large institutions in American healthcare, which includes hospital systems, insurers, the whole gamut, what percentage would you just roughly say are leaning into the kind of change you think is necessary?
Not enough, but there are plenty of examples of, and it's not big nationals, it's a lot of local, although large for their state, in a hospital in Wisconsin, Aurora Healthcare, run by Nick Turkle. CEO mindset is, we have to do this now, we have to do it this decade, not a decade or two from now, and we're committed to figuring out and working with entrepreneurs and startups to validate and commercialize and figure out how to almost disrupt ourselves and lower cost and improve access to their local community. It's the largest employer in Wisconsin, but they're actually working and collaborating today with entrepreneurs and startups. Same thing's happening in Denver, Colorado, UC Health, Children's Colorado, 2 institutions run by CEOs who believe it's urgent that we move the ball forward, but there's not enough of them. So we're trying to create this model where we show other hospitals and other pharmaceutical companies and other insurance companies how to actually build the leadership team and build the mindset and culture so that the entrepreneurs aren't stuck with a decision maker who says, let's do it, but then the actual administrators or clinicians who say we don't want to or can't.
Andrew, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I love the Aurora example. I think Aurora is really changing the paradigm. They're going direct to employers. They're putting full-page ads in local newspapers and trade journals saying, you know, we just don't promise better and more cost-effective healthcare. We guarantee it. And they're actually putting their money where their mouth is, and they're actually underwriting some of the risk in partnering up with, 15, 16 different hospitals, 25, 3,000 different physicians in that market, and they're going direct, using a large insurers in the background to do the administrative stuff because they don't want to do that. But then they're going directly to the employers and marketing directly to the employers and saying, if you contain your employees' health care, or your employees choose to contain their health care within the Aurora network, guess what? It's lower out-of-pocket expenses, no paycheck deductions, lower premiums, things like that.
Well, the topic of this here is how do we redesign healthcare? And I think we've heard, certainly throughout the day, I have expressed repeated frustration. I think we've heard a lot of different forms of frustration with the existing system. One of the questions that I have, particularly for you two, and maybe especially for you, Andrew, is do you think that the parties in the system recognize the emergent, I don't think the frustration's at the level it's going to get to, because we're very distracted by the Obamacare debate, frankly, in my opinion, which is really not the main issue. But I think we are heading towards pretty serious frustration. Do you think the industry looks at it that way?
Yeah, I think we're already frustrated. There's no question about it. Hospitals are frustrated. I work a lot with a lot of large and small health hospital systems around the country. The payers themselves are frustrated. Employers are frustrated. Consumers are frustrated. Brokers are frustrated. All of the different stakeholders are absolutely frustrated. Everybody's thinking and trying to figure out a better way to do it. How do we build that better mousetrap? I feel like all the pieces are there. We just haven't figured out how to kind of assemble them in the right way in order to get better performance.
So what other industry does the industry look to incumbents to reimagine their industry? The taxi commission didn't get together and reinvent their industry. The entertainment business or the financial services business didn't sit as big organizations trying to do it. It's entrepreneurs, for literally as long as history goes, have been the ones to reinvent and reimagine. Now, doing it in collaboration in healthcare is critical. It's obviously important for the entrepreneurs in these large organizations to work together. No other industry has that. But in order to change this industry, we have to change our mindset and get the mindset of the leaders of these organizations and from top down and bottom up to literally shift.
But then let's go back to your article, which the main theme of which ultimately was there is not going to be an Uber of healthcare. What do you mean by that, and why do you feel that so strongly?
So part of the reason is because in order to make the kinds of systemic changes that are necessary, you have to be disconnected from the profit motive. And we've lost that in the sense that originally, if you look at the real innovation of the internet, it was ARPA, it was DARPA, it was the government, it was the federal government that funded those initial exercises. It was the government that gave us GPS, on which, in effect, a lot of these technologies and a lot of this innovation resides today, and we've leveraged commercially. But if you look at the underpinnings, where did that happen? It happened inside, initially, big companies like Bell Labs, and today we have Google, is probably another example of a company that can afford to make a huge investment disconnected from a profit incentive.
But so you go ahead.
There doesn't need to be an Uber in healthcare. There's going to be thousands of them around the world. This, in the U.S., $3 trillion, but globally, it's obviously significantly larger. There are thousands of entrepreneurs all around the world, in every region, in every country, in every city in the United States, trying to reimagine and reinvent healthcare in very narrow areas. So much so that we had to organize them into 10 buckets, where we said there's kind of 10 big health moonshots in categories that entrepreneurs are working in.
Can you remember what all 10 of them are?
Absolutely. Access to care, cost to zero, end of disease, end of cancer, or cure disease, end of cancer, brain health, women's health, children's health, mental health and well-being, longevity. Am I at 10 yet? I got one more.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's a good list.
But when you actually talk to entrepreneurs, how many entrepreneurs are in the room today? If you raise your hand if you're an entrepreneur.
Whoa, nice.
There we go. I know we have a bunch of our companies here. Stand up if you're a health transformer, because I just want to use this as an example. There are thousands of these entrepreneurs. 200 of these entrepreneurs are in the startup health ecosystem, this army around the world. These are entrepreneurs literally within their little slice, working within the system to try to change this little narrow segment they're working in. Some are working in children's health or women's health or mental health and well-being or longevity. But what they need is A, a runway, B, to work with people who have the right mindset. Because literally, if you look on one side of the wall, are solutions, technologies and data and other people, other things being literally trying to be brought into the hospital, to the insurance company, to the pharmaceutical company. But leadership is not embracing.
So in other words,
slowing it down.
But I'm confused. You sound so excited about what they can do, but then you say, but leadership is slowing it down. I mean,
leadership of the big organizations.
Yeah, well,
I talk
so
about payers,
is
providers,
this how we're going to redesign healthcare or not? I guess is the question. And maybe a secondary question after you answer that is, are we going to end up redesigning healthcare in other countries first, and then have to like retrofit ours once we see what's really possible elsewhere?
Yeah, so our thesis is that innovation in other countries will inform entrepreneurs and innovation here in the US and vice versa. Part of our model is to have this global army connected together so that Aurora in Wisconsin can work with a technology out of Helsinki, Finland that never would have been in its region or pitching, Aurora Healthcare and Nick Turkle's team. And so the idea of educating, the idea of coaching even teams within these organizations on how to work with entrepreneurs and startups, A, so they manage expectations, B, so they validate and actually work on collecting the data, and stand by and next to these startups and entrepreneurs as they build their case, as they actually prove what they have works. And it's that collaboration that's required. They cannot do it alone. By the way, both. The entrepreneurs can't do it alone, but these hospital systems, these pharmaceutical companies, and the insurance company can't do it without innovation either. And it's not going to come from within.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the innovation. I think that you're dead on. I think the innovation is definitely the key to really making the change. I think about big insurance companies now, and they need to think about what are the things that really truly differentiate them. And paying claims and doing customer service and doing underwriting and pricing and things like that. Those are not differentiators. So I think a lot of what we're seeing now is insurance companies starting to really outsource that type of stuff, and start to say, okay, what are we going to really focus on to really make a difference and to change the paradigm?
So the differentiator will be like this Aurora example, actually keeping people healthier? Is that what you think the competitive basis will become?
Well, I think models that support that. So you look at what Aetna's doing with their federation of ACOs. So now they're going out, and ACOs tend to be a very local thing, right?
What's ACO mean?
Accountable Care Organization. So accountable care organizations is just hopefully bringing doctors and hospitals and other care providers together in a more sort of organized way to get them to manage care across the continuum, ideally. Started with Medicare and the MSSP, ACOs, and it's expanded out to kind of think more about the Kaiser model. How do we create an integrated health experience? And so that, and companies like Aetna, who insure a lot of big national companies that have people across many, many states, that model doesn't necessarily really fit with an ACO that's localized like the Cleveland Clinic or Northwell Health out here in Long Island. So what Aetna's doing is they're saying we're going to have a federation. So if you're an employer that has employees across many different states, you can come to Aetna and you can say we like the ACO model, and they've got 30 or 40 of these ACOs all strung across together and starting to build plan designs around those high-performing sort of networks, narrower networks.
And this, I sort of would love to set up a little tiny debate between Andrew and Dan, but when you look at that sort of thing happening, are we going to sort of short circuit? Do you think we can make enough progress with that kind of stuff to really improve the healthcare system to the degree we need to long term? I guess that's the key question.
So far,
Well, I was asking him, but okay.
No, go
yeah.
ahead, go ahead.
so far, the evidence that we've seen on ACOs is encouraging, but nominal. And it goes to the heart of the larger issue, which is that it's innovation around the edges. It's not at the core. My background is as a systems engineer, and I actually have a degree in computer science. I did software development for a number of years, infrastructure software, which is very low level. That gave me insight into the system design element, which I've seen in healthcare, and we're not getting to the core of healthcare. We're dancing sort of around the edges. Meanwhile, every year, cost goes up. The Milliman Medical Index, which is the index that's published every year, came out today for this year. The average annual cost for a family of 4 in America for PPO coverage through their employer is now almost $28,000 a year.
Oh, wait, so who's paying that? Is that the employer and the employee are both paying it?
It's
in various
divided, but
pieces?
it's not an equal split. It's about a 60-40 split.
The consumer's paying 60.
The consumer's about 40,
Oh, 40, good,
and
thank
the
you.
employer the employer's about 60.
Feels like 60
but
when you're paying the
the
copay.
challenge on the road ahead is how much that variable is changing relative to the employee contribution. It used to be 60-40. It's trending more and more towards 50-50. And I can see where, over the course of the next 5 years, that'll flip.
Well, there was also that amazing statistic that somebody said this morning that inflation since '99 has been roughly 41%, and healthcare costs to the ordinary American have been something like 240% increase. So that's a kind of untenable reality.
And so we talk about saving all of this money in healthcare, and we talk about the capacity for technology to do that, which I believe is there, but it's not having the kind of effect that we need it to have relative to these escalating costs every year.
Not yet. And I think that's the challenge, because again, we think about care delivery, ACO really, and we talk about accountable care organizations, I concur. We're not seeing the benefits by any mean whatsoever. But the problem is ACOs are a way of delivering care differently. The other piece of that is financing that, or paying for that health care. And one of the things we don't see is that intersection between how health care is reimbursed and how health care is delivered. And without that really synchronization of those two things, we're really not going to see the benefits. And that's part of the challenge. So everybody has set up these great ACOs. There are like 6,000 of them. At the end of the day, we haven't seen a lot of great performance or behavior change from providers because, again, they're still being paid essentially in a fee-for-service manner. So once you're paid, and I'm sure this is, part of your book, as you're paid in a fee-for-service manner, you're encouraged just to do more. That's all you're encouraged to do.
ACOs are effectively an overlay to a great, big, huge billing engine.
Mm-hmm.
And the billing engine that we've had for the last 40 years has been based on fee-for-service.
Correct.
And we're not ripping that out.
Right.
So, in effect, everything that we do relative to ACOs and accountable care and value-based care, all of those are overlays to an underlying billing engine that's still fee-for-service.
Well, and just to say something that came up at dinner last night that I thought was interesting, we talk about Epic, and I was bad-mouthing it before, but, Epic is the sort of de facto employee health care record of America for the most part, and it was structured originally primarily just to do billing, not to do getting people healthier, right? Does that compound the problem?
Absolutely, in the sense that Judy Faulkner recognized early on that there was an opportunity in software to build a big billing engine. And so that's what they set out to do. And if you look at the underpinnings of what Epic is, it's a big, huge transactional database that's able to handle literally millions of data inputs per second, right? Inside a hospital, when you have a patient that's in an ICU that's strapped with 15 different monitors, right?
Each one billable. Oh, is that what you're going to say?
No, not each one billable, but each one generating data that has to go somewhere and that in some way does map back to a billing engine. Then yeah, there is a correlation.
So would you say, and this is, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but would you say that this Epic structure, that by being so focused on billing, I guess it's the obvious point I already made, but it can't really make us healthier on the aggregate the way we need to be made healthier?
In the same way that ACOs are an overlay, what we've tried to do is to overlay clinical care into the electronic health record system. And that's an equal challenge because they're different systems. And so we're trying to overlay clinical care into a billing engine. And it's like trying to mix oil and water. It's like the two don't necessarily mix. We'll get there, but at the end of the day, fee-for-service as a business model isn't broken. That's a misnomer. People love to say that fee-for-service is broken and we need to get to this value-based care. No, fee-for-service works in every other industrialized country just fine. The problem that we've generated with it is fee-for-service for profit, and that's part of the challenge.
Well, you sound very non-contemporary.
Well, you know, David, you asked about this epic question, which is, if they were, you know, and it started by an entrepreneur, but did a land grab, has installed, you know, inside of almost every large hospital system, controlling a lot of a big footprint. In any other industry, you'd have entrepreneurs and developers and startups able to work with these platforms. As closed as Apple is, they have a huge developer network, of course, building apps. Imagine if we relied on one company for every app on our iPhone or Android device. Google, Facebook, even Salesforce.com have opened up their platforms for entrepreneurs to innovate. That is the biggest challenge today, is entrepreneurs are literally being kept down. And I'm not saying woe is me.
By what?
By the mindset of these organizations that have made commitments and that are doing things within their organization to not embrace entrepreneurs and innovation that wants to actually come help their patients.
Specifically Epic, you're saying is not...
I'm using Epic. You brought up Epic. I didn't bring up Epic as an example. It's just not an open platform where entrepreneurs can develop on. So there is a way to do it. It's very difficult. It's very taxing. It's very expensive. And there are entrepreneurs doing it. But ultimately, when you look in India at consumerism much further ahead than the U.S., entrepreneurs are bringing things to market without some of the barriers they have here in the U.S.
And we've got some time, because we're going to have, the time is wrong, right, Simone? You here? Yeah, we get another 10 minutes after this, right? Yeah, well, anyway, I think we do. We go till 50, right? Oh, because this says 2. Okay, because there's one thing that and maybe Esther could even shed light on this. I've been so confused reading the papers in the last few weeks. On top of all this other stuff, I look at this figure of withdrawing $880 billion from Medicaid, and I can't believe that that's really what I'm reading. How could that possibly be a legitimate proposal? Because that would be, on top of all the other problems we have, there'd be $880 billion less to spend on keeping Americans healthy. Am I reading that right?
Over 10 years.
Yeah. Over 10 years. Okay, but
so
still,
it's 88.
Only $88 billion a year less. Okay. But that's weird.
The disconnect isn't just between who pays and what they pay for. It's short-term versus long-term thinking. And the reason fee-for-service is broken is because you're paying for something in the present, or often in the past, because it takes 3 months to bill.
It's transaction-oriented.
Yeah. What you should be paying for, and this is where big data comes in, is activities that 10 years from now are going to give you a huge return on that investment. So we need to start looking at healthcare as investment rather than spending. I mean, this is a budgeting problem, but if you go talk to somebody at the Congressional Budget Office and those kinds of people, they get it, but Congress never asks them the right questions.
Okay, sir, but wait, he's like down on profit. I mean, it sounds to me, if you really thought of it the way you just described, the profit per se wouldn't be a problem. You'd just be measuring it differently. Am I right?
Yeah, it's the way, I mean, it's the way you invest in a startup. You put in millions and millions of dollars in the hopes that later you get billions back. And you risk adjust it, you put in a discount factor and all kinds of things. And
this is what an investment, not a cost.
But Andrew, are we moving in that direction?
I think so, but the challenge is who makes that investment? I mean, is it the federal government? Is it employers? Is it big insurance companies? Because, you know, part of the resistance is, especially if you're an employer, is why make an investment today?
Because they're going to leave.
Yeah, they're going to leave, right? They're going to be somebody else's benefit or problem later on.
And that's why Medicare Advantage works so well, because usually those people stay with you until they die. Whereas Medicaid, which has a churn every 8.5 months, somebody drops off Medicaid, then they get untreated for 3 months, then they come back sicker, but usually with a different payer-provider arrangement. So the challenge is doing, and it's complicated, doing multi-party contracts where the city or whoever's responsible, whoever benefits from the savings, which is partly the individual, but it's also the jail system, it's the schools, it's the police, it's the employers, it's the mayor who gets reelected. It's just like in advertising. We need to get better at doing attribution, like who actually benefits from this money going in. Some people are working on it. I don't want to go on at length, but that's where we really need to be moving.
It's very interesting what you've really learned getting so deep in these 5 communities. It's really, you're articulating it quite interestingly. So thank you for that. But we're going to pass the mic to somebody else. Okay, let's get somebody new over here. Can we get the mic over there? Sure. Right there. Yep, he's got the mic right next to you. Okay.
Steve, I'll talk the same way you do, but and thank God for the healthcare system being so screwed up if you're an entrepreneur, because there are about 8,000 problems every day to look at to solve, and that's really pathetic. I mean, it's really, I don't want to cut my own legs out from underneath me and the rest of the entrepreneurs, but is there really any solution other than single payer?
Yes. I'll dive in part because what you're focusing in on there is the payment mechanism, and what we need to focus on is the coverage mechanism, because if you look at every other industrialized country, it has universal health coverage. How that's paid for can be either single payer, multi-payer, employer paid. There's a number of different ways to pay for it. So one of the things I try and do in the book is specifically that, is to make the distinction between universal health coverage and single payer, because we tend as a country to go straight from universal health coverage to single payer. And I'm not convinced that America is culturally a good fit for single payer, and we don't need to have it in order to get universal health coverage.
Who would pay?
And I agree with that, because I think we had a single payer system. It was called Medicare, and guess what? It didn't work very well, and that's why we have Medicare Advantage, one of the fastest growing components of the Medicare system.
On the one hand. On the other hand, the headline today is a whistleblower.
There's some problems.
That United Healthcare, right? Whistleblower United Healthcare is now claiming that they've spent years gaming Medicare Advantage specifically for profit incentives.
On the other, but when Brian Donnelly comes up from Cleveland Clinic, honestly, there are some. You're a big fan of Medicare Advantage, right? We're just going to go straight to your session. Okay.
I think there are some advantages to it, and it does promote some good behavior from the provider.
Yeah. Okay. We'll get more detail in a minute, but thank you. So
Steve, building on something you said earlier around there'll probably be no one single Uber of healthcare. I think with Johnson & Johnson, I think we would agree with that, but we recognize there has to be this broader ecosystem and partnership that does come together with startups, with existing people with knowledge around the regulatory frameworks, et cetera. So a question is, what is one thing that existing players in the healthcare system need to bring in to help fix it? And what is one thing that only startups or people outside the system could bring in that would help change the system?
Both the same thing, an open mind to collaborate and work together to figure it out. And here's the truth. Nobody knows what's going to work and what's not going to work. All you can do is experiment and try to figure it out using data and using time and using enough data points in order to figure that out. So what we're seeing across the board, so we have a single database of every stakeholder in the world that our entrepreneurs connect with every single day. Every investor, payer, provider, pharmaceutical government agency, not the organizations alone, the people within these organizations. And I use, and I don't know if anybody from Pfizer is here, but I'll just use Pfizer. There's literally 18 different doors to go into Pfizer if you're an entrepreneur startup. 17 of them are the wrong one, maybe even 18 of them. One is the right one. It could be right next door to the one you went into. And so at the end of the day, it's how do you make it very transparent, who the right people that have the commitment from the top all the way to the CEO to work and collaborate with these entrepreneurs and startups to figure it out. The entrepreneurs are more nimble, they're hungry. I don't know how many entrepreneurs get bigger paychecks than anybody who's actually at these large organizations. I can tell you not very much. So the entrepreneurs need to be open with what they can do to collaborate and what they need, and the organizations need to do the same thing. If everybody can talk at the same time, at the same table, and exchange what the value exchange will be, what the value alignment that needs to be created is going to be, you can actually move the dial. We speak to organizations after they meet with startups and entrepreneurs, and they literally were either not listening or actually went right past it, or you talk to the entrepreneurs and they say, well, they were looking for something else. So these organizations go out looking for solutions. They don't share their problems they're trying to solve. Solutions, they don't share their problems they're trying to solve. And these startups going in with their solutions, not asking the right questions of these organizations. So ask more questions, better questions, and actually exchange that together.
We got to wrap it. Andrew, you got any final thoughts?
No, not on that point particularly. I mean, I think we definitely have to get people working together more than they're working together now. I mean, the big problem has been nobody really trusts each other. You know, data is being really seen as a currency, and people are protecting that currency as much as they possibly can, which I think has really hindered the ability for people to share information and thus work together in a more collaborative way. So, you know, I certainly believe that we need to do more of that. And I think that will be supported by entrepreneurs, that will be supported by, you know, data, technology. There's a lot of things that are driving that, but you know, we really have a long way to go, I think.
Any final thoughts?
Final thought is I agree 100% with Esther, is that I'm not anti-profit. What we've developed in the way of a system is quarterly driven, and that's part of the problem.
Okay, so thank you all, really great.
David, can I illustrate one thing here as a
you could do it really fast.
As a last point? I want all the entrepreneurs to stand up in the room. Just stand up for a second. Every entrepreneur.
I'll stand up.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Every entrepreneur, okay? Now, every investor. Are there any investors in the room? Okay, investors stand up. There we go, Esther Dyson. Entrepreneurs, look at the investors. Now, if your battery's included, energy providing, you want this change, you're ready for this change, you want to collaborate, stand up as well. Okay. Batteries included. Hold on. David wants us to go quick. So your battery's not included?
Everybody please stand up so
batteries
we can
included.
Get going here. We need to stretch anyway.
So here's the thing. That's what it's an afternoon stretch. Just get everybody up for a second.
The seventh inning.
Yeah, exactly. The idea here is if you link arm in arms and all work together and collaborate and stop just iterating, sitting in your silos, we can actually do this.
Okay, now good. We got to go to the next section. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know what I will? Interestingly, one of the lead article in the entire magazine is about big companies working with small ones, because we've pretty much concluded that is one of the central issues in modern business, and it's a brilliant article written by Jennifer Schenker, who's one of the great business journalists that happens to work for us occasionally. So come up, guys.
I'll shoot you an email.
So this time, okay, yeah, that's good. Good, thank you.
It just dawned on us that we're the only two people in the room wearing ties. So there's a couple more.
Thank you.
There's this.
It's a serious demeanor.
This session is different than the last one in that the last one was about the system, and this is more about the practice of medicine, although the two topics obviously intersect and overlap quite a lot. And up here I have with me Brian Donnelly, who's Chief of Staff at the Cleveland Clinic and is what kind of surgeon are you?
Orthopedic surgeon.
Orthopedic surgeon who has done a lot of work in administration of healthcare systems. But the Cleveland Clinic, as has been mentioned a number of times during the day, is really an extraordinary American, success story, and really just is a center of excellence in so many things. And Dr. Donnelly, Brian, is really involved in a lot of that. And so we're so happy to have him here to join us also with Brent Schaefer, the CEO of Philips North America. And Brent, you spend so much time talking to so many parties in the system. I mean, I'm just curious any thoughts you had about the last conversation or, your assessment of how, the attitudes may be shifting in the ecosystem of particularly providers who are a lot of your customers, right?
Yeah. Well, it was very interesting to hear that, because those are certainly the big topics. And I'm glad they addressed all the easy ones and left us. But I think we know what you can't miss as you go across the United States. And really, it's not only the United States, it's the world. But you have aging populations. You have, as they age, you take the United States, 75 million baby boomers aging, coming through the system, who are going to have an increased needs, and we need to address that as a society. As they age, there tend to be higher incidence of chronic conditions, and this is something we have to think through. So this whole discussion about working across the continuum, delivering care across the continuum, is certainly one of the big themes, and I think it's a challenge for policy, it's a challenge for reimbursement. The technology in many cases is there and makes it possible, but lining up the care delivery is what we need to do now.
So as a healthcare technology company, you would say the technology is increasingly going to be there to reduce the cost of healthcare. It's just a matter of applying it and understanding how to integrate it with the existing systems. Is that overgeneralized?
Well, I think that's true. I think it's moving very quickly. And I think in many cases, the technology is not the barrier. It's how we think about it, how reimbursement works, how we deliver care. And our goal is to work with key institutions like the Cleveland Clinic and other thought leaders to help develop those solutions so that they can address those issues.
Because sometimes you can do things, but there's no reimbursement structure for it. Is that part of the problem, kind of thing? When you're really doing the right thing, it's the right thing for the patient or the person, but it's not so much a reimbursable code.
Maybe I can answer a little bit on the provider side. I think that can be a little bit of a barrier if you take the short-term look. But I think if you take the long-term look, and some of the previous comments were about for-profit or non-for-profit, and I actually think healthcare from the provider side clearly is a non-for-profit and sees a mission-driven orientation to our work. So when you take the long-term approach, I think you can fight through many of those barriers.
And is Cleveland Clinic taking a longer-term approach?
Absolutely.
Is that one of the differentiators you're trying to bring to it?
I think we do take a long-term approach, and I would say not just us, but I think across this country, and I think to Brent's point, across the world. Yeah. We need to take a long-term approach, and the three approaches we take are, we have a constant focus on how to improve access. We have a constant focus on how to improve quality. And in healthcare or in any industry that you're in, as you improve quality, it's our third focus, is reducing the cost of care. And cost always goes down as quality improves. And I think across the continuum, you see that. You see that, keeping people healthy, you see it in the acute setting, and you see it in the post-acute setting, monitoring at home.
So this does go to what we were saying before. You think, really, that we will apply tech and we will reduce the cost of healthcare in the United States, regardless of what happens with the payment structure. Is that a fair summary?
I would say more than I think your quote was, I think, we must use technology to reduce the cost of care, improve the quality, and we will be able to do that.
We will.
To the earlier point, though, that we must collaborate. There's some complex problems that all of us face here in healthcare, and we must collaborate with industry, provider, payer, and the disruptive innovator. It's the only way we're going to solve this problem.
I think that's if I may, I think that's such a key point, because in our past, and maybe what we're used to somewhat, is selling the widget, making the device. In what we're talking about here, it is much longer term, right? So if we're going to deliver solutions to these problems, you really have to have shared goals, shared mission, a shared understanding of what problem it is you're trying to solve. It's not something you do in a month or with a single device. It takes sustained work, and that's one of the things we're trying to do as a company, is partner with key providers to help make that happen.
Maybe I can give you one example.
Okay, yeah, examples are good.
So we've had a focus on our internal medicine patients, so our general patient population, on blood pressure. And so we've used technology to try to decrease the blood pressure problems in our patients, to have better control of blood pressure. We use technology with texting patients, contacting patients proactively. We're able to increase the number of our patients that have better blood pressure control from 67% to 73%. That may not sound like a large increase of 6%. Our goal is to get to 90%. But with the 6% that we increased, we had 160,000 patients. That's 10,000 patients over 2 years that had better blood pressure control. And if you look at that data, that's 131 people who did not have a stroke. That's 71 people that didn't have a heart attack, and it's about 70 people that didn't have earlier death, just by increasing that using technology.
Just a small percentage
Small
increase.
percentage. So you can imagine, as we would move that to 90, as a country would move that to 90, and it can't happen without a partnership with industry, with a payer, and with the innovator working together.
That's a great example. And just let's put another example similarly next to it, Brent. You know, you were talking about, I think they're thinking Banner, is that the one?
Yeah, so it's a related kind of example, I think. So some work, Banners, if you don't know them, in Arizona-based, a big system, very well-run system. So we did some joint project work with them, looking at providing care across the continuum. So and really looking at reducing hospital readmissions, and specifically for patients who have chronic conditions. And so they really looked at how they were delivering care in that setting around specific conditions. We brought the technology and the tools to help do that. The combined output was, this is a clinical study, it's been released, it's been published, but there's about a 40% decrease in readmissions, wow, and about a 30% decrease in overall cost, and about a 20% increase or decrease in mortality.
20% decrease in mortality.
Yeah. So
and that's, no, but to do that, if I understand correctly, you had, basically there were medical professionals who had almost like a dashboard that was giving them readouts of what was happening with the patients. I mean, tell us a little more about the system that enabled that.
Well, it's really, it's connected care, right? So it is, if you're familiar with an EICU concept of a kind of a control station looking at ICU monitored patients and watching for change in their status, it's applying that kind of concept all the way into the home, so that it's somewhat predictive and watches for changes in the patient's status. And then the key is, what do you do about it? Once you see that there's going to be a change in the patient's status, how do you intervene? How do you treat them so that they're don't have to be rehospitalized and treated in that setting? So that's really the concept, and it's exactly as you said, the key is working together to find a good path where you can make a difference.
So the patient is wearing some form of monitoring device, could be a variety of different things, but that then generates data that's going back to the healthcare provider. They're looking at it, they're applying analytics to it through software,
That's
right?
correct.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe, David, I can give another example. One of the earlier comments was, taking the long-term approach opposed to the short-term approach.
Yeah, I wanted to get to that, yeah.
So, a long-term approach that we've taken is we've developed a mobile stroke unit. So, in order to treat patients who have a potential stroke. And so, we outfitted an ambulance with a CAT scanner. So, the CAT scanner sits on the ambulance. When a call comes in for someone at their home who potentially has a stroke, the EMS from the city will then send our ambulance that has a CAT scanner on it out to the home. If it's a potential stroke, one of the biggest determinants of how people will do is if they have a clot that's blocking the blood flow to the brain, you can break up that clot with a drug TPA. The number one determinant of how a patient will do is how fast they get to TPA. So by sending this out, actually the patient will get a CAT scan on their driveway. Using telemedicine, the information goes to our neurologist who's sitting there, reads it, tells them right on the driveway, start TPA. And we've had some remarkable results. We've had patients who would have permanent mental and physical disability for the rest of their lives actually go home the next day.
Wow.
And you talk, that's a tremendous cost savings, but I think more important from a provider standpoint, we're really thrilled with the improvement in quality. And the long-term approach on that is that what we've committed, that it's always about what's best for the patient. And so that patient, we always take them to the nearest stroke unit, whether it's our hospital, whether it's one of the other hospitals in town, so that's not a short-term, the reimbursement model we're concerned about. We're concerned about what's best for the patient and what's best for the long term.
Well, that latter thing might not be shared universally in the industry, but what about, do you think that, this is what is exciting when I hear these examples, do you think that the knowledge of this kind of capability is spreading and will spread quickly? I mean, because these are pretty powerful, both of those examples are very powerful. I mean, they're fundamental, essentially short-term cost savings, right? Despite the fact they have long-term benefits too. I would think that's almost irresistible for other systems. Is that, do you think, either one of you, that we're getting a kind of to tipping point where people saying, we got to do this kind of stuff more? Because frankly, as a patient, I don't see it in my family healthcare situation, to be honest.
I guess I can't speak for all providers. I certainly think we're moving towards the tipping point. I'm not sure how close we are, but I think the comment earlier is the trust that needs to be built up among the different important aspects in healthcare that can improve healthcare. And as fast as we can develop that trust, I think is as fast as we can get to the tipping point and move forward.
I think you do, in addition to that, which I very much agree with, I think there are some drivers across the United States you see. So one of the things you see, trends, is you see a lot of consolidation of health systems, right? So it's at the rate, mergers and acquisitions are at the rate about one of every 4 days.
Wow.
Hospitals buying up other hospitals, getting bigger. As they do that, what they're trying to do is then standardize operating procedures, find efficiencies, find ways to deliver care that are more efficient than you would as a standalone hospital. So it drives you to that creative thinking of, how do I start to do this? What kind of tools do I need? How can I use, it's kind of the industrialization of healthcare, if you will. How do I start to have standard processes, care pathways we talked about? And what kind of tools do I need to deliver on those effectively?
And to that point, these are the lessons that have been learned in industries throughout time that are coming to healthcare. Reducing variation, it always improves the quality and it always reduces the cost.
Well, we've also heard a lot today about the dawning awareness on the corporate insurers of their employees that the cost curve has got to slow, right? So they're going to be putting pressure on the systems to save money so they don't have to pay such high premiums. I mean, these numbers just do keep ratcheting up. So,
I'd be happy to comment about that, because that's exactly right. And I think in many ways it's our responsibility to our businesses to help figure out how we do bend this cost curve of healthcare cost. It's been mentioned several times today. At the Cleveland Clinic, we put a large focus on that about 8 years ago, promoting health, promoting care coordination. We have about 85,000 lives in our employee health plan, and we saw costs increasing significantly. Over the last 5 years, with our efforts around care coordination, around promotion of wellness, around different programs engaging our employees, we've actually just now started a decrease in the cost of care. So we've actually seen the cost of care go down by 2.2% over the last 5 years of our employees. So these efforts, they work, and I think you're right, we have to bring this across the country.
I want to hear audience comments and questions, but Brent, one of the things you do in addition to working with a lot of providers is you talk to people in Washington a lot. And help dovetail this conversation, if you can, or if it's possible, with the discussions that you're hearing in Washington. I mean, what do you think the mood is in Congress and in the regular, the agencies about these opportunities?
You're giving me the easy question. I figured that was the part. I was just there a couple of weeks ago and trying to. I think there's definitely a recognition of the long-term issues that need to be addressed. What you see, the struggle is what are the pay-fors in the short term? It's exactly the same discussion as we were hearing in just the previous session there. There's not much disagreement about long-term goals and providing care across the continuum. It is how to pay for it. Where does it come from, especially in the short term? I mean, that would be.
So for all the debate about the short term, whether we're going to do this or that, you think maybe there will be a consensus down the road on a more macro application of technology to improve? I mean,
I think so. I think so, because the drivers are there. You can see it. You can see the dynamics in the population and the need for that. So the question is, how long and what form? How long does it take and what form does it take?
Yeah, I worry it might take a while.
And I would only say, Dave, the other exciting thing I think about technology, and I saw many people stand up and said you're an innovator. The other thing that we're really excited about is how innovative technology actually can help as a provider, help us as providers, restoring more time to the doctor and patient visit. And so I think that's really important for us as a provider, is how does technology allow our doctor and our patient to have more time together, more expression of empathy, which is really some of the core of healthcare. And it might be something we haven't talked about yet, but it's incredibly exciting the technologies that are being developed to allow the physician, allow the doctor to be that doctor, the patient, and serve those needs.
Yeah, that is exciting. Who has comment or question? Anybody want? Okay, please, Dawn. Identify yourself and then get the mic too. I'm Dawn Barber. You're Dawn Barber of?
Dawn Barber. I co-founded New York Tech Meetup and more recently Creative Tech Week. I happen to know Chris Coburn at the Cleveland Clinic pretty well. Sure. But what I wanted to ask, what do you guys feel is happening at the education level in terms of technology? So, I know medical school is a long and arduous, task. But I'm curious, and I have no, I have no experience with that at all. But, is technology being introduced, and at what level, and where, and how, and should it, and will it, and all of this?
So I would just clarify that we did not know that, you and I did not know each other before that question, but that's a great question. And so when you think of the demands on healthcare, the changes of technology, it's going to be a changing definition of the caregiver roles. And so that has to be through education. One of the big things of that is it has to move from individual play to team play. So it has to be teams that take care of patients. What we have done, we've made a commitment at the Cleveland Clinic to education, and we are building a new health education campus so that at the start of education, medical students, dental students, nursing students all come together under one roof and start that team concept. One aspect of innovation that we're bringing actually is we're bringing the HoloLens technology to our anatomy teaching. And so we will actually start all anatomy will be done through a HoloLens. There'll be no more cadavers. And I can tell you many of our medical students are excited because that whole semester of gross anatomy, they weren't allowed to ever date anyone because they smelled like formaldehyde. And so yes. And so it really will promote the team play that we're looking for.
Yeah, maybe a related comment or ask you. One of the things that it's kind of a macro topic for us, and I don't know, maybe in this room, but is how to attract the talent. So one is to educate and prepare them. The other is how to attract people who want to be part of what you're doing, because a lot of the skills, software, project management. I mean, it can. Those people are in demand everywhere, right? And so at this point, we've found, or one of the opportunities we found, because we probably compete with each other for some of the same talent pool, but is emphasis on our mission. We've found that to resonate in many cases, and that is to improve the lives of 3 billion people by 2025, and try to make that very clear and compelling. And we found that helpful, because a lot of times people have the skills, but they want to do meaningful work. And so for us to try to get that message out is something we really try to do. And I don't know if you...
I could not agree with you more. Yeah. And what we talk about for 51,000 caregivers that we have at the Cleveland Clinic it is about the opportunity to have meaning and purpose in the work that you do. And so we drive hard to try to provide them with the opportunity to have that meaning and purpose that every one of us desires. And so we do work hard on our mission. I think that's what attracts people to Cleveland. That and the fact that we are the NBA world champions is another aspect.
It's all about Cleveland.
Yeah. If anyone's here from Boston, we're looking forward to that too. But in addition, in addition to the meaning and purpose in attracting, it also allows us to retain talent.
Well, it's great to have people who represent organizations that have those kinds of commitments on stage, and thank you both.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the time. Yeah, thanks.
Really good. Thanks, Brent. So this is something a little different next. Neil Grimmer, who's going to join us, CEO of Habit, and he is, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
His last company was the #1 organic baby food brand. And he's also a former punk rock musician, and he worked at IDEO as a product designer. So it all comes together in what he's doing now, and he's going to explain that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I want to give you a little bit of background of the future of food
and how it just got radically personalized. But I want to start by asking you all a question about your own food. So how many of you have gone plant-based, paleo, gluten-free? Come on, we want participation. Come on, folks, don't be shy. All right, the pepperoni pizza diet, we got anything there? How many of you have asked yourself the question, what foods are right for me? Pretty much everyone. Well, you're not alone. As it turns out, we've been asking this question since the dawn of time. And in this particular example, this is the most notorious food choice. One wrong food choice from one wrong tree sent the world in disarray. So clearly this is something that we need to settle. We need to settle the score on this. Now, from that period of time, what food was right for me was based on what I could hunt or what I could gather, right? With the agricultural revolution, it was what I could grow, what I could harvest. Okay, but then with the Industrial Revolution, things got a lot more complicated. There were a lot more choices. Food became more abundant in many ways. And subsequently, 2 centuries ago, there was an advent of the fad diet. And we've seen low carb pop itself up in 1863. We've seen it rise and fall about 20 times over the last 2 centuries. And we've had food pyramids, we've had plates, we've had paleo. And the one thing that, as I studied kind of the history of food, thinking about where we're going in the future of food, is that there's a lot of wisdom that's happened over the ages. But the one thing that we've gotten wrong is we've always taken a one-size-fits-all approach to food. I believe in 2017, it's going to be the era of you, the era of personalized nutrition, where the roadmap to your own health and well-being actually lives inside of each and every one of you. And it's going to be different. Look around the room and ask yourself, should we all eat the same food in the same way at the same time? Take a minute. Check it. Intuitively, your answer would be no. And what's exciting now is that science actually supports that intuition. Now, the science I'm referring to is what we call systems biology, which looks at the complex interrelationship of your DNA, your blood work, your metabolism, your gut microbiome, how much you move, even Arianna Huffington's, how much you sleep. All of that informs what kind of nutrition you need. Now, at Habit, we look at all of these factors, your DNA, your blood work, your metabolic function, your body metrics, and your activities. But all of that comes together in one company. And I'm going to tell you a story of how it led me to start this company. So this is the embarrassing photo slide. So that's me on the left-hand side about over 10 years ago as a designer at IDEO, Ironman triathlete, focusing most of my design work on healthy food for the major Fortune 500 companies. I went from being a designer to being a dad, and all of a sudden I had 2 little girls in my life. And they inspired me to take my trade craft that I was doing at work into my own kitchen. That compelled me to start the leading organic baby food company called Plum Organics. Now, I always like to say my little girls have me wrapped around their finger. It was amazing for business. We were the fastest growing food company in America, and in 2013, we sold to Campbell's Soup, which was fantastic in its own right. But then this moment came, and my wife paused and she said, "You spent the last 8 years taking care of this company. Now you got to start taking care of yourself." I turned to this guy. I was 50 pounds heavier than I was when I was racing just 8 years prior. And like most wives do, in all of her infinite wisdom, she literally held a mirror up to me, a good, strong kick in the ass, and I was off on my health and wellness journey. And that actually inspired me as an entrepreneur. I didn't just go to the doctor. I actually reached out to leading scientists around the country, around the world. I met Dr. Leroy Hood. I got my full genome sequence, spent time learning about what's going on with me at a cellular level. I went out to TNO in the Netherlands and spent time with the scientists there who'd been spending the majority of their career looking at personalized nutrition. How do you take a unique difference in each one of you and translate it into a nutrition plan? And I took all of this data and brought it back and sat down with a set of specialists. And what actually I discovered was nothing short of horrific. What came back was that I was actually a middle-aged white guy. And that, as I kind of really embraced that reality, what came along with that was that I was pre-diabetic, high risk for a heart attack, and that the genetic caffeine sensitivity I had combined with the 3 cups of coffee I was drinking increased that risk for a heart attack by 100-fold. Right, so I had a wake-up call, and I said, look, what can I do to change this situation? And my functional medicine doctor said, well, you can fix it with pharma, or you can fix it with food. And I said, I want to try fixing it with food. 3 months later, I started feeling really great. 6 months later, I had lost 25 pounds, and I had a new lease on life. And that's what inspired me to start Habit, the world's first personalized nutrition company from test to table. So at Habit, there's 4 things we do. The first thing is an at-home, do-it-yourself test kit. We look at over 60 different biomarkers. We take all of that and translate it into a nutrition dashboard that describes both your biology and your nutrition plan in simple, intuitive, user-centered ways. Now, to take that, move it from just empowering people with knowledge to applying it to their lives, we have behavioral coaches on staff. So these are actually human beings that are going to talk to you and tell you how you can take this insight and apply it to your lives every day. And the last thing we do, because we want to hit the easy button for most folks, is that we do fresh prepared meals customized to your biology, delivered to your door. So with all of that, one of the things we talked about earlier today, compliance is a real pain. We heard from gamification that you actually have to inspire people to want to make these choices. And so we've wrapped all of this with a lifestyle brand. So I'll play a video, give you a sense for what that looks like.
If you want to be your best, you need to know yourself. What makes you, you. How you're different, unique, and original. Yet every day we're told that when it comes to eating, we're all the same. Told to jump on the next food fad where one day eggs are bad, the next day they're good. But one size doesn't fit all. It's time to get personal, to get microscopic. It's time for a solution as unique as you are. It's time for Habit. Habit looks at you at the cellular level. Your inner workings, the blood that runs through your veins. Your DNA. What makes you, well, you. Habit marries its passion for food with the science of you. Designing a nutrition blueprint that only your biology craves. So you can eat better, feel better, be better. Feeding the best version of you. The you with mojo. The you that's on your game. The you that's uniquely unstoppable. Welcome to Habit. Food personalized.
What do you think? All right. So we've all done this moment. Flipped over a product, and in that gesture, really what we're trying to do is figure out if this food's right for us. And I hope that actually in the near future, you move past a generic one-size-fits-all interpretation of whether this is right for you, and you actually look inside yourself for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you so much. Okay, so can the next panel come up here and join me? Is the panel in the room? Where are we? Oh, there we go. All right. So now we're going to talk about something that is a little different way of looking at the issues. And it includes a lot of technology discussion, but it's really at a more kind of, it's about communications. What is media in this age, and how is media changing the way we think about healthcare? And we have 3 healthcare media practitioners of the highest order up here joining me. From my left and from your left, Steve Zatz, who's the CEO of WebMD, and he's a doctor. And next to him is Meredith Guerrero. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Who is, she runs Facebook's healthcare vertical.
Yep.
She also does other things, including running the politics and nonprofit vertical, which isn't entirely irrelevant, and we'll get to perhaps a little bit of that, because she's dealing with a lot of regulated industries, so to speak. And finally, Lynn Voss, who I really appreciate, because she's been a kind of a advisor to us a little bit and helped inspire even this event, I would say, to some significant degree, and has her own event that's not that dissimilar, which is called what?
Stream Health.
Stream Health, a very cool event, which I admire. She is CEO of Gray Health Group. Did he?
Cut the care off. We cut the care off.
Did you used to have care on there?
We did.
You did. Okay, that's why I'm confused. I've known you a long time. It's a part of WPP that is
We're in health and wellness.
An ad agency that just does health-related stuff. So I want to start with you, Lynn, to just, when you think about media in health, and you've been here all day, you've heard a lot of discussions, you know, how do we think about the relationship of how we get information to all these complicated issues we've been discussing today?
So I believe that the health media is really a major part of the healthcare ecosystem. And you know, Meredith's going to fill us in on all the data from Facebook and WebMD. There's just an enormous number of people that are online, continually looking for information, sharing information with peers. And we haven't really maximized the opportunity with them there to turn those conversations into something more that would actually deliver higher outcomes. And I would just say that based on the conversation today, the thing that strikes me is, you know, we're spending so much time talking about sick care, so much time talking about how we're going to fix the healthcare system, and yet kind of like, you know, it's like Dorothy, click your heels. We have it in the health media. We have it in retail health. Consumers are, let's go where the consumers are and try to actually address their needs there. And, you know, the other thing that I think we could talk about a little later is there's a changing health customer out there. Millennials, Gen X, they want things differently. They're online, they're inquisitive, they demand evidence, and they really, we haven't at all talked about, nor do we ever even hear about this, quite frankly, at most health conferences, is the new health customer. What are they looking for, and how can we meet that?
So when you say we have it, what do you mean exactly that we have? You say,
what?
You say we have a new.
Well, the new, I mean, I think we've done, there's a lot of data. We've done several studies ourselves with Kantar, taking a deeper dive into the different generations on what they expect in healthcare, what they're looking for. And when you really, like, I'll just throw out for an example, millennials have no interest in having a primary care provider. Now, if that's the truth, and that's what they're saying, why are we spending so much time as we do talking about the doctor? Shouldn't we also be talking about where else they're going to get care, whether it's telemedicine or also just through peer influence? So those are just, that's just kind of a thought starter.
Well, maybe we'll get more such insights as from your research later. Let's jump over to Steve, if we could, because WebMD has been around for a long time, and you have a huge footprint in this space of healthcare information. So talk about where the company is today and what you think of as its primary mission.
Sure. Look, the healthcare system both is complicated today, and I think in the foreseeable future, it's going to remain complicated and confusing to consumers. And we've always seen at WebMD the opportunity to provide information and just help people navigate this, you know, fragmented and complex healthcare world. People need information. Our whole mission has always been, though, to say at some point you're likely to interact with the healthcare system. Can we prepare you as well as possible for those interactions, which have gotten shorter and shorter, and where you're going to have to take more responsibility for managing your own healthcare? Sometimes that's directly. We obviously have a lot of caregivers who come to us as well. You know, when you ask where we're going, typically, though, when you've come to WebMD, you've gotten information, and then if you wanted to do something, you needed to go somewhere else. And we're certainly looking hard at the fact with all these digital options to actually kind of complete the transaction, if you will, whether it's a telemedicine visit, whether you want to order a lab test right there. We really see this opportunity to not only help people understand what's going on with their health, but really help them make a decision. And then when they make that decision, actually, to the extent it can be done digitally, and more can, actually have them kind of complete that and really get the information and get the care they need.
Just give us a little bit, a sense of the scale of consumer interactions you have. How many people are looking at it? What are they doing?
So each month, about 74 million U.S. citizens come to us and are looking for healthcare information. It's by far the largest site and place that people go looking for healthcare information. I mean, to give you a sense of the scale, you know, in page views, it's 4 times larger than our nearest competitor, and we've been around for 20 years. So while I don't think we've perfected what we've done, we've tried to listen as closely as we can to what consumers are looking for. And look, it's a broad spectrum. Some of those people have multiple illnesses and are seriously ill, and some people just want to feel a little bit better. And we've tried tried to satisfy all those needs, but make sure that when you come to us, you can make a decision. I mean, the one thing I'd add is people tend not to surf healthcare. I mean, if you could watch, Better Call Saul or think about your health care, most people would say, I'd prefer the entertainment. So they come to us generally for a reason. And it's usually that they want to make a decision. They have to figure out, do they need to see a doctor? Do they need to change their medication? Do they need to be on one? Is this child sick enough that I should take them to the doctor, or can I wait it out? So they have all these questions. So, that's a pretty weighty responsibility, because we know people are trying to make a difficult decision in coming to us, and that's what we've tried to do. We've tried to meet that need.
And you also serve a community of doctors, too. Talk about that.
I'm happy to talk about that. So about 675,000 U.S. physicians, there are probably about 800,000 practicing, somewhere on the order of 75% of physicians use Medscape and are active on Medscape. And we are kind of in this unique position because we see consumers who are looking for information. We see doctors who are looking for information as well, and they're trying to satisfy all the needs of these consumers and patients who are coming into their offices.
And what are the doctors trying to accomplish on Medscape, typically?
Sure. A couple things. It is almost impossible, as you've probably heard earlier, to keep up with what's going on in medicine. So absolutely a piece of this is just, I need to know what's going on. I can't attend the conference, even that my specialty runs, much less things that are happening outside my specialty. So a piece of it is absolutely trying to keep up on what's going on in medicine. Some of it literally is reference lookups. They need to know the starting dose of a drug. They need to know what it interacts with. They come to us as well. Sometimes they come for much more formal courseware. As opposed to just reading about a conference, they want to take continuing medical education activity. And I'll tell you, a lot of physicians come to us just trying to figure out the healthcare environment, the regulatory environment. 75% or so of physicians are now employed. If you go back 20 years, it was just the reverse in terms of how many were self-employed and not part of a larger organization. So a piece of why they come to us, although it's mostly clinical, is also just trying to figure out for themselves, how do they navigate a complex healthcare system?
And we'll get back to you. You're such a big publisher. You create a lot of this information. We'll get to that in a little while. But Meredith, you're someone who's been in digital marketing and advertising for a long time. You were at Google for a long time. I think you focused on automotive, right?
Yes, I've made quite a few jumps. Yeah.
So, but now you've taken on this big job at Facebook, which spans even more than I think Facebook initially thought it would. So talk about how Facebook sees its opportunity in healthcare communication, since you are sort of the 97,000-pound gorilla of information at this point. You guys have an amazing opportunity.
Yeah, and I gave you a little bit of the background of why I did choose this position and why I made the jump, right? Because I do think that Facebook has a great potential and great opportunity to be able to help with a lot of the health challenges that we do have. A couple examples is just that, to Lynn's point earlier, these conversations are naturally taking place. So just to give you an example, right, there's over 6 million groups within Facebook that are health related, and of that 70 million members.
70 million people looking at health
70
information
million,
on
exactly.
Facebook.
So exactly, and they all want that one-to-one type of personal touch and storytelling from these brands, right? But a lot of the times they're finding more information within these groups than even their own specialty doctor. Because they're finding similar or like people, right? Because of these more rare diseases. I think another interesting fact to throw out is that every day over 100 groups related to cancer are created as well.
Created?
Yes.
New groups?
Yep.
Wow.
Yep. So you can see everything from just like the mass reach of it all the way down to like these niches, right? And so we're really trying to figure out ways of developing strategies to help our clients find ways of developing clinical trials, the patient journey, the drug life cycle, and even reaching HCPs in a more effective way too.
But also, it's not just that you've been, as I understand it, you're not just working with advertisers. You actually have had some kind of silo relationships inside Facebook with content and product design. So talk a little bit about how you're spanning a little more than the typical ad area at Facebook.
Yeah, well, because we are a brand new vertical, so for those of you who may or may not know, Facebook had a couple false starts of developing the healthcare category from an advertising perspective too. So when I came over, we're about a year and a half in now, 2 years, so still very young.
We wanted to really understand what type of grassroots efforts might be taking place across even product and eng. So really cross-functionally and across the different orgs at Facebook, because as you can imagine, there's a real natural marriage between health and Facebook and that reach and connection. Since then, we've now learned that we have teams around like protect and care. And some of you have probably seen the press around suicide prevention. Also, we have safety check, right? I mean, we have now connected more than 1 billion people to let them know that people are safe when a crisis happens. And then there's also a team just who actually work on safety check that's called Social Good. And they do a lot of that stuff, even around organ donor, et cetera. So we're starting to really see this take hold, even outside of an advertising perspective piece. And even, Mark's letter, for example, around community, and him having CZI as a standalone or
Right, I was going to
nonprofit
say,
too.
as someone who wrote a book about him, that your
Yeah.
boss has now said he wants to cure all disease. All
yes.
diseases,
Well,
whatever
that's
that
right.
means.
That's
It's
right.
a very ambitious thing to say.
Yes.
Now, does that mean that he personally is paying more attention to what's happening inside Facebook relating to health?
No, I think that there's obviously it's a very entrepreneurial spirit within Facebook. Same thing at Google, right? Like you have all of these different passion areas and moonshots and different initiatives that people start to kind of go after and they want to build. And so I think naturally we're starting to see that's more of a focus area, but CZI is very much, it's run on its own separate entity.
That's the Chan Zuckerberg initiative
Yeah.
for anyone.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
So Lynn, I want to jump back to you for a second because, here I am, I did write a book about Facebook and I think a lot about this idea of the empowerment of the individual and what makes the world different now than before. To me, that is, I still would say, the single biggest thing that's different in the world now than 10 years ago is that we are in a world of empowered individuals through this digital media that you all represent. And so I know you look at it similarly. So talk a little bit from your standpoint what that means in healthcare and what the opportunity is as a result of the fact, we've heard all day about the healthcare industry essentially, but we have sort of left the individuals out of it. So bring
And
it
we've
back.
kind of left the communications business out of it, which, we had Gray talk about communication as being the cure. And what we mean by that is let's align consumer needs and insights with professional guidance, quite frankly, so that we could achieve a higher outcome out there. So there's an enormous number of people who are interested now in health. I mean, and demonstrated by WebMD, the beginning of Dr. Google. Tons of people go to the web for information. Now, what struck me with the work we've been doing with Facebook and the conversations we've had is you have this enormous growth of communities that are developing, and they're talking to one another, and they're curious, and they're sharing more than just a diagnosis and more than just fact-finding. Again, going back to our research, the definition of health is changing with the younger generation. It includes mental health, spiritual health. It includes mindfulness. When you talk to a pharmaceutical company about the definition of health, they kind of say, "Oh my God, I don't have a drug for that." But maybe some of the therapeutics are actually online in Facebook. So you have people comparing notes, people sharing, and I think the opportunity in some of these newer communities would be to use the same algorithms like we heard this morning that we use in advertising to identify some of the educational needs that might be necessary and feed into that conversation, expert conversation that would actually help that community amplify and perhaps increase their medical acuity online. And that, I think, can be done. Our industry has been very shy about getting involved in social media for all the reasons that we've heard in the past. But we're thinking at Gray, it's really more of an educational and an opportunity to really bring communities to a higher level. And then the last thing I'd say is there's just a lot of smart health consumers out there that are online. And if we could vet them more as health stars and people who really should be the more influential one in the community, again, we'd go beyond complaining and sharing notes that may not be as accurate as possible to something that would be far greater. So, that's to me the vision for this very important industry. Needs to be addressed it needs to be labeled as such that they are in the healthcare business.
So
yeah, and we're
ahead.
really looking at it from like a connection, a support, and a connectivity mindset, right? Like those I would say are the three areas that the consumer wants to be communicated to, right? Again, to that one-to-one, like personal storytelling, and even consumption is really starting to shift. So you look at 20% of all mobile time is spent on Facebook and Instagram. And in video consumption, right? On Facebook alone, it's 100 million hours per day. So it's about understanding how they want to be communicated to, how they want to consume the information.
Have you got any statistics on what percentage of that might have some health-related element to it?
No, I don't have those
Because
exact
there's this
cuts,
amazing,
but
I'm sure you know this.
it
there's
is
a-
one of the most talked topics,
There's
right?
a statistic I saw that 1 in 20 searches
Yeah,
on Google is
Google
related to
is
health.
health.
Maybe you told me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really, this is a very big factor in what consumers are doing on the internet.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
And
and if
Google
you-
has, oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, but I mean, even if you look, right, there's probably 110 plus million wearables in the market right now.
Right.
And people want to be, exactly, like in this room. And
many have
people
them?
want to be able to talk about their physical activity, their preventative health, and just sharing even that type of information too, within our platforms.
Well, and maybe, Steve, one of the things that I guess both of you have sort of mentioned or referred to, but it's worth just mentioning in more detail, there really has been a change in the way the pharmaceutical industry is able to look at online media. They sort of had their hands cuffed for a long time where they could do almost literally no communication online because of FDA regulations. Can you talk a little bit about how that's changed? Because I know that's a big part of your customer base.
Sure, and when you look at vetted content that's been created by experts, pharma's been able to advertise on that content and provide content for years. They've still been trying to work out how they can place content and participate in a place where there's user-generated content, and I think some good work's been done in that area. But, you know, and one of the interesting questions, hopefully it gets at also what you're trying to get at, is I'm really fascinated by the balance of kind of user-generated content and communities and content that may have been written by experts and been vetted. And I don't think it's one or the other. But if you have cancer, I think you want to go online and talk to people who've had a serious experience, a similar experience. You might also want to read something by someone who's an absolute expert in the field and who's been acknowledged to be such and whose content has really been vetted and you're sure it's been updated. And it's really interesting to look at the balance of those things because I think what we're trying to provide, at least at WebMD, is a balance of those two things. If you want to talk to someone in a community, absolutely, and let those conversations go where they may. But at times, you'd also like an evidence-based, fact-based conversation if you're trying to make a difficult decision. And it doesn't just go for consumers. When you look at our communities on Medscape, our professional site, we have institutions like Baylor and Columbia who participate in those discussions because doctors will occasionally go down some pretty odd paths in discussing patients and be pretty far off what at least the research evidence says is the correct way to treat that patient. So that balance of I really want to know what similar people have undergone and I also want to know at least what the scientific facts are from an expert is I think an interesting balance. But pharma has been able to exist in an area in which at least the content's vetted for a long time and they've been partners of ours for the 20 years the company's operated.
Meredith, I mean, I know that you guys have dealt with a lot of changes there. Maybe quickly you could just describe what has happened at Facebook.
Yeah, I mean, I think the policy and regulatory constraints are very real, but it's not impossible to overcome. And so I think before our team, that's what really was the hesitation of being able to truly just launch support for these clients. But we've actually come a long way in a short period of time. As I said, we're about a year and a half old. And we just launched a scrolling ISI overlay unit for our video ads, for example.
ISI means what?
So it's basically the entire, like, you could die, right? Everything that they include within
The warnings.
Yeah,
Oh,
all
the warnings. Oh, I
right?
see.
Like
Yeah.
your eye
Oh,
might
that's
fall out. Yeah.
With the other voice,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. Half the TV spot is usually the ISI. Right. It's the information around like the
You
warning
could die.
signs.
Yeah, that's sort of the summary version.
Yeah, exactly. And so that wasn't necessarily, we weren't able to do that before, and now we can. So we've been working very closely with product. Before, there was a constraint around, you couldn't have ask your doctor in your messaging. And so a lot of these policies were set at the global level, and we were able to go in and explain and have lawyers walk them through, and then also make the clients and our pharma marketers more comfortable with understanding, like, here's all the checks and balances, and we will put processes in place to ensure that our products aren't changing and therefore putting you in a bad spot from an FDA regulatory.
Did the FDA itself, though, really change the way what they allowed you to do because of
No, but they're understanding digital more and more, right?
Yeah.
And so we're kind of bringing ourselves into the fold of, for example, one of our clients has about 13 different checkpoints in order to get a creative piece live, right? So we now go with them through the 13-point process, and we now bake in that it's going to be a 4 to 6 week lead time. But where there's a will, there's a way, and we're finding ways.
Okay, so I want to just ask you about a slightly different thing, because, Facebook, I'm just curious what the breakdown is likely to be going forward on Facebook between kind of user-generated media and professional-generated media. I mean, I don't know, this is kind of an aggressive question, but Facebook's reported to be talking to content producers about short-form video. This is pure entertainment stuff. But could you envision a period down the road where Facebook might actually produce content about health? Or are you already doing that? Or are you going to leave it to the users and the advertisers basically to do that? Because
Yeah,
that's
I
sort of
mean,
the
everything that
breakdown
I've
now.
heard from our fearless leaders, we're not necessarily going to, create our own branded content. We will use other talent to bring that type of content onto the platform. And we have Facebook Live, right? That's all user generated for the most part.
Which you guys use.
We do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talk about how you use Facebook Live.
Yeah, we've, over the last 6 months or more, have really been pretty active in putting our physicians into Facebook Live and having some really lively conversations, whether it's about issues in pediatrics, whether it's how patients can lose weight, whether it's in specific areas like cancer. So we think Facebook Live is a great way to communicate with our audience. And I will say, we've, over the last several years, have realized not everyone is going to come to WebMD who's looking for healthcare content. So whether it's on Facebook, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's on Pinterest, I think you have to be in all those places. I think you need to find your audience not just on your site and in your app, but wherever they're looking for healthcare information. So yeah, Facebook Live has been a really effective way for us to reach our audience off of our site.
And while we're talking about new places you're putting your content, let's just talk quickly about Alexa and Google Home, because I think it's fascinating that you can now say, Alexa, ask WebMD what arthritis is, or what you could do that, or you could do a lot more detailed things than that, right?
Yeah, look, we think, again, just like we said, to be on Facebook Live and some of these other places, that these alternate interfaces are really important. If someone's sitting around their house and has a question about the flu or when their kids need to be vaccinated, why should they get up and go to a computer? Why can't they just speak that and get an answer? And we know they want content from us. They know it's vetted. They know it's reviewed by physicians. They know it's updated continually. So it's been pretty exciting. It's early in that. So if you've got Google Home or Amazon Echo, please use it. Ask us questions. We're sort of tracking to try to understand, are we fulfilling kind of that information need as well as we can? But yeah, I'm very excited. And Facebook Messenger as well is another place where you can really have some interactions.
Facebook Messenger, yeah, really powerful.
Yeah, so you'll see WebMD and Medscape, our professional service, wherever people are trying to get information.
Could you or have you talked about building a bot on Facebook Messenger? Is that a possibility?
That is absolutely something that you will see.
You will see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think you'll see more and more of that, right? That's just a natural extension of most likely the evolution and the innovation that will take place across our platform anyway.
It's interesting because actually Facebook Messenger really in a way becomes like a replacement for Google in a certain sense in a lot of applications, right? Because if you might formerly have been one of the 1 in 20 searches on Google for information about whatever malady you had, you'll might be able to just text it in on Facebook Messenger and get it from WebMD or from some other partner.
Exactly. And that's where a commercial player can play. We have a dental company that's looking into having a full bot there to kind of answer all of the kind of dental questions you need and needs. I just want to go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
I was just going to say that the convergence. Well, first of all, the convergence I think might end up being closer to Amazon, because what we haven't really done is connected content, community, and again, this may be with the players in the room, and commerce. So if you're someone dealing with chronic disease, let's say a spouse gets Parkinson's, we know as clinicians, I used to be a nurse, what the 5-year plan is going to look like. We know how that disease progresses. We know what people might need to buy. And so to make it that much more convenient, and also I might add, that is probably the biggest trend in healthcare right now, that customer service is coming to healthcare. Wake up and smell the coffee. That's what everybody wants. They want it now. They want it. That could be the ultimate solution, and that's where many people might play. But certainly Amazon is sitting there with more people buying Depends on Amazon than anywhere else in the world.
Wait, so how would Amazon's role shift in the world you're envisioning there then?
I think, well, they have not really gone whole hog into healthcare, but I think that think about a platform where someone comes to shop for Depends. There could be some opportunity to watch a video and hear more about what their condition is. You might even be able to upsell them if it looks like they have a more serious problem to a telemedicine capability, and next thing you know, they could buy the prescription they need. I mean, that's not where we are right now, but that's ultimately what's going to be built, because consumers really, particularly the millennial group, they want it and they want it now. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, but it reminds me of an example because, we were talking about groups and kind of like user behavior shifting as well. And we've started to see that even new expectant moms, right, all the way through the first year of birth and life, they increase their usage of Facebook by roughly 350%. So imagine what a messenger bot could do after the fact, right? Like it's their first time going to see their doctor. They didn't get a chance to ask all of those questions. They're going in. I mean, no one remembers every question that they want to be able to ask at that point, and this is all new to them, right? So you can start to see the extension or the arc that people will start to take place, all the way from prevention to, all the way to end of life, right? And caregivers and supporters who have to go and now mourn and get their life back together, right? So.
And in the case of the moms, too, you can't underestimate the power of the community.
Yeah.
Because the peer influence is so critical in there. So that's where Facebook, I mean, I can't even remember how many moms groups you have, but the 300% is just crazy.
Yeah.
And again, marrying that all to the ability to purchase and the ability to share better information just makes it that much more exciting.
Just a related question, Lynn, or maybe either of you want to comment. I mean, I know you were in the room when Jonathan mentioned the thing that WeChat is doing with the glucometer. Right?
Yeah, that was amazing.
WeChat in China is now selling a glucometer that you can attach to your Android or probably iPhone, anything, and use it with WeChat to then share your glucose measurements if you're a diabetic or whatever with your close friends automatically. I mean, do you think that's going to happen globally? I mean, it is interesting that WeChat is ahead of anybody with things like that, partly because of their overwhelming dominance in China.
Yeah, and everything is done in WeChat.
Right, anything can be done in WeChat. But I think, though, that's about the trust in the community. And I think some of these smaller, some of these communities might be comfortable, sharing. Certainly, we've done a lot of work with in smoking cessation, and the number one reason why people stay with smoking cessation is their peers that continue to reinforce that. So it's not far-fetched. I mean, again, that would be completely community-based. I wouldn't see a commercial player suggesting that. But if it bubbled up from the community that they wanted to share, I mean, so many triathletes and all these people share that kind of data. So it's not that out of the realm of possibility that I would see people sharing their hemoglobin A1Cs or whatever the
And I want to hear from you all, but just for the two media companies here, it is interesting how much today the issue of motivation came up, and how many times we heard that people don't do what they know they should do, and that there are new systems arising, and we've heard several examples of them on stage, to incent people or gamify or whatever, get them to start doing the things they know they should do, but they don't want to do just because it's the right thing, but they need some push which you could both be providing, right? Is that something you're thinking about?
Well, something we do. So there are about 70 million employees who are covered by our WebMD Health Services division, and that whole division is about encouraging wellness and improving the health of those employees. So, and a lot of that is creating incentives, creating teams to work on things. So
You do that now.
we do it now, and completely agree that we don't know everything about how to motivate people, and there's not one way to do that, but certainly community is a really important way to get people who are willing to share information and encourage each other to improve their health. But yeah, we do that today, and it's an important part of our business.
Did you want to say that?
I mean, we haven't really dived into that just yet. I could see us being able to almost help with that, right? But I mean, that goes back even to the question of the panel that you had probably two before us on just around like the whole healthcare and insurance dilemma too, and all of the preventative care, right? And how do you incentivize the right behaviors? But you'd probably be able to eventually track that because of these platforms.
Messenger
and because
could
of
be a
wearables.
huge tool for
Exactly, right? Like similar to driving insurance, right? The longer that you have without an accident, like your deductible comes down or your costs come down, right? So
I mean, think of the combination of Proteus data on Facebook in a community.
Yeah, and they are all willing to share.
But
Talk about
pill, like,
Yeah.
I took it, right? Yeah.
But that's why with clinical trials, like, you know, what the pharma brands would be able to at least have that type of conversation and find those people, similarities, et cetera.
We might need to have kind of an AA format or something,
Yeah.
you know, for people to admit. I mean, it is completely insane in the magnitude of the problem of how many
problem
people
of what?
of noncompliance.
Non-compliance with
I mean,
what? Yeah.
people might take a diabetic product once. How can we even talk about the fact that they're under treatment? So, again, that's the kind of vision that we kind of talk about. Like, what is the power of getting into that community and getting that kind of positive reinforcement? We know the behavioral scientists know what the motivations and barriers are in smoking cessation, for example. And if you talk to someone about emphysema when they're interested in saving money, you're going to fail. We haven't really dug in, and we know, I mean, I'm sure if we actually dug into the community discussions in a way, you'd start to pick out some really interesting insights about people who are more engaged in their health than not.
Yeah, or even predictive modeling, right? And then, you know, I also oversee grocery and drug as well. So how does this all connect to the back of the store?
Food
right?
and medicine. Food is medicine.
You know, my usual suspects here, politics, grocery and drug, and then health. They just give me all the hairy ones.
I like
They're
the
like, "Here you go.
grocery, yeah.
Take these
So,
three.
who has a
I'm
comment?
ready to
about
sign up
smoking?
for Habit
Yeah,
after
good.
seeing
Somebody
that.
who hasn't asked a question before.
Yeah.
No, but it's okay. You're close enough to us, but I don't know about the rest of them. Yeah, that's true.
Is it on? Can we get the other one? Yeah, just switch. Make that one
Sounds
work in the
interesting.
meantime. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alex. I cover cannabis and hemp and social media. So
Hi is right.
fair warning for Meredith. This question comes from a Facebook user who created a page named Hemp Vermont. And I promise everyone in this room that the goal of this question is not to focus on his specific case and his specific page, but rather to open up a good discussion. So his question is, why doesn't Facebook's algorithm make the distinction between hemp, which is non-psychoactive cannabis, and cannabis with psychoactive THC? The fact that his paid promotion of his hemp page was rejected so fast, quote unquote, makes him think that a human at Facebook never saw it. By fast, he meant under a minute. So the rejection notice said something like, you can't promote illegal activity. And so again, the question is, why doesn't Facebook's algorithm make the distinction between hemp, which is non-psychoactive cannabis, and cannabis with psychoactive THC?
That's a very niche type
Yeah.
question, but we'll let Meredith spend a very short time answering it and not force her to answer it in great detail.
I mean, I'm happy to help you offline too, but obviously our community standards are extremely high. And so there's obviously algorithmic things at play to make sure that violent content, child abuse, anything like that that's inappropriate is shown. And so I would have to dig more, but there's obviously ways of appealing that and going through the systems to make sure that we can differentiate that. I don't know the specific case, but I'm assuming that's why.
Yeah, if it's really
because we're
rope
so
you're selling
strict.
or whatever,
Yeah.
eventually
Yeah,
you're going to be able to sell it on Facebook.
You'll be allowed,
You know.
but yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, over here. Okay, let's go to you. Can we get a mic over here? Okay, it's coming. The intrepid Mike Denver, thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. In regards to, I just went to an IBM conference in regards to chatbox. This question is for Facebook. Will Facebook allow, behavioral analytics and sentiment analysis for better predictive, to enhance predicting customer or patient outcomes? Will we be allowed to enable that in Facebook? As far as their algorithms are concerned, will we be able to customize it, and so we can get better sentiment analysis, better behavioral
You mean
analytics
as
for
an
patients?
advertiser, or who are you?
Both, from all perspectives, from a developer's perspective, from an advertiser's perspective, and from a physician's perspective. This will
I'll have to confirm because we don't target based on symptom or disease. So I'd have to understand better about exactly what targeting you'd want to be able to utilize too. But
So, for example, let's say we have, from a physician's perspective, if Facebook if Facebook will be allowed, if developers will be allowed to customize sentiment analysis and patient behavioral analytics, this will really help the physicians as far as the diagnosis and to enhance patients' recovery. I just went to a recent IBM conference, and if we can implement, from a developer's perspective, if we can liaise with the physicians, we can be able to implement and have faster outcomes and to reduce any risks that are involved.
okay, yeah. I mean, let's talk offline for
This is the problem
sure.
with being
So
from Facebook, is that you get some pretty heavy questions because your company is so central to the debate in modern society, and obviously that's a developer question in a way more, but it's a very good question, but she's the ad salesperson, so she may not be able to answer that.
Yeah, for sure. Happy to help.
Who else has one quick last additional one? Okay, Gary. Identify yourself again.
Gary Kay with Tech 50 Plus. First, a quick shout out to Facebook. I recently went through a very bizarre journey getting a new kidney, and I went to WebMD and found lots and lots of information, but it wasn't until somebody introduced me to one of the interest groups on Facebook that I found the experiential narrative that was really important in knowing what was coming and what things were going to be like. And I can't really thank you enough because there was no other place where that exists.
That's great. I'm happy to hear that. It's amazing. There's
my one question, our readers are very interested in things like telehealth, connected homes, connected healthcare, and one of the things that I'm not seeing a lot of out there are resources for these kind of ecosystems. Do you guys have any thoughts on how to filter information on, where you're going to get your health care if you're a snowbird, and what devices are going to work for caregivers and so forth?
Yeah. I personally don't know of any of that work that's being done right now on that. I know that we are trying to make it much easier to be able to find certain groups and people that are more similar, but I don't have a specific kind of direction for you on that.
That might be something that Google should also comment on. I mean, I think that Google, two things. Well, what fascinates me about the Google data that I've seen is they have the ability to understand what people are searching when at what time. For example, 4 a.m. in the morning is when young mothers search for ear infection or earache, and so they know what exactly people need, and I think they're more likely to be in the position to help various groups with some of the answers that you're talking about, finding what you need in terms of search and more targeted. One thing I wanted to say about Alexa, by the way, which is kind of a downer, but I just find it completely fascinating. I'm on the the JED Foundation Board, which is an organization to improve the emotional health of college students and prevent suicide. And what we've heard is that more people ask Alexa how to kill themselves now. And so we have this responsibility, whether it's Google or Alexa or what have you, that people are asking Alexa questions, they have more data. There's the ability to, at some point, start to really analyze the tone of the voice, the type of words that are used. And it's fascinating from the JED perspective that actually the media companies know more about this right now than we do.
Well,
and what we do with that is the question.
Goes to show Amazon may want to do everything, but they got some responsibility once they start doing it, which Facebook has found out the hard way.
Right.
I mean, I don't know whether Meredith would be willing to talk about it. You don't have to, but I've heard that there are many, many hundreds of people at Facebook just devoted to detecting suicide. Just that one thing. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. And that's necessary when you have 2 billion people on a platform. You know?
Yeah, I don't know if it's, I don't know what the number is, but we do have a team called Protect and Care. And that's why we have been doing very specific initiatives around suicide prevention, right?
Yeah.
Being able to integrate Facebook Live, Messenger, you know, both for families and friends, and then also being able to understand what those signals are.
So
And
many more
again,
things.
this goes back to this point that we are, the media, this is where consumers are. This is where they're talking about it. And there's more information. Again, I worked in this suicide prevention for 14 years. It's amazing that now it's really in the hands of not in the hands of the media company, but there's just so much more information there that's being shared that we're going to have to, we as a country are going to have to figure out how to enlist more help to those people, and many people are working on this. I didn't mean to say that Amazon was even involved in Alexa. Just the point is that home device that's sitting in the home is going to become smarter and smarter, and be able to hopefully help.
No, it's great. It's very interesting, and you're sort of setting Dean up, which is, we got to go to that. But did you have any last thoughts? Because I just didn't want to not give you a chance for any final thoughts.
Well, look, the one thing I would add is I think that we kind of all have a responsibility to look at those points where we do interact with consumers and can take an action. So to your point, whether it is these advanced technologies that will start to interpret things like sentiment, I think we all have to come together and say we're interacting with people at a vulnerable time. There's information, and particularly if we have their permission to do these things, which I think we have to think hard about because people may be sharing information they absolutely don't want us to act on. I think you will see much more sophisticated systems. And, you know, as at WebMD, we're trying to participate in getting all the data we can from people to help them and, you know, try to prevent some of the things you're talking about.
Terrific. Well, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Meredith.
Thank you. All right, wonderful
I
to
hope
be
you
here.
could stick around with your Dean.
Okay.
Thank you so much. And
Amazon also needs to solve for toddlers ordering random
toys
just being delivered.
Once you're a media company, you have a lot of new responsibilities these days. Oh, good. Oh, I didn't even know that. Damn it. And hey, excuse me.
Everything here.
Hey, could I get one of these, a fresh one, and maybe one for Dean too?
Sure. You do everything here. Move the furniture.
This is not yours, right? So we'll put this down over here.
Clean the house. Clean the.
Please sit down, Dean. Sorry.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Be my guest. I'm falling apart here. Okay. Well, it's the end of the day. Now, this is the 4th session in a row I moderated, so if I drop something, give me a break.
He does everything.
So this is really great to have you at the end of the day, Dean. And I think there were a number of elements in the preceding session that are pertinent.
Or impertinent.
Impertinent, but pertinent to what you have to say, because you know you're thinking so interestingly about health. You know what you do. You run the Preventive Medicine Research Institute at UCSF. You're a professor of medicine there, but you've been researching for many years about how lifestyle changes can really affect a wide range of health outcomes. And you've written all these books, which I'll just name a few of. The most recent one, The Spectrum, Love and Survival, Eat More, Weigh Less, Dr. Dean Ornish's program for reversing heart disease. Number of all those bestsellers. You were on various White House commissions for various presidents. You turned Steve Jobs into a vegan. I mean, you've done a lot of amazing things.
But I did not kill Steve Jobs. That's another story.
No, that's not you're not being blamed for that. But so
Some people.
anyway, so I'm very eager to hear your thoughts about this whole question of how do we make people healthier? And I know you've been giving a lot of thought even in some new ways that have to do with the media environment we're in. So I don't know, if I started out by saying enough to give you a chance to start talking?
Sure. First, thanks for including me today. It's a great conference. I've been doing this work for 40 years. It's my passion. We helped create a new field called lifestyle medicine, which is using lifestyle changes not only to prevent disease, but actually to treat and even reverse it. And so over in a series of randomized trials and demonstration projects, we're able to show for the first time that simple lifestyle changes, eat well, a whole foods plant-based diet, various exercise, including walking, stress management techniques, including yoga and meditation, and maybe most important, we'll talk more about this, love and support, or eat well, move more, stress less, love more, can actually reverse the progression of the more diseases we look at and the more underlying biological mechanisms we study, the more reasons we have to show why these simple changes are so powerful and how quickly people can get better. So we began with heart disease. We showed that that could be reversed, even severe heart disease, diabetes, early stage prostate cancer, by extension breast cancer, high cholesterol, high blood pressure, obesity. When you change your lifestyle, it changes your genes, turns on the good genes, turns off the bad genes, particularly down-regulating the what I call the oncogenes that promote prostate, breast, and colon cancer. It's just amazing how quickly that you can show improvement. We did a study with, and we published that with Craig Venter in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. We did a study with Elizabeth Blackburn, who got the Nobel Prize for discovering telomerase and the role of telomeres, ends of our chromosomes that regulate how long we live. She found that as you get older, your telomeres get shorter. As your telomeres get shorter, your life gets shorter, and the risk of premature death from pretty much everything goes up proportionate to that. We still have the only controlled study showing that any intervention, in this case, these same lifestyle changes, can actually lengthen telomeres. And with all this talk about personalized diets and personalized lifestyle interventions and precision medicine, I think that's great if you're talking about targeting a special new immunotherapy for pancreatic cancer type cell type. But for most of these chronic diseases, it wasn't like there was one set of diet and lifestyle recommendations for reversing heart disease, a different one for diabetes or prostate or whatever. It was the same for all of them. And the more you change, the more you improve at any age. So it's a very, and I think in part because a lot of these chronic conditions share underlying disease pathways like chronic inflammation and oxidative stress and so on. And they manifest in different ways. So it's really, the longer I do this work, the simpler it becomes.
Well, that's a great thing in some ways. It makes things simple.
Well, you know, Steve Jobs used to always say he was more proud of what he left out of the iPhone than what he put into it. You know, like when you really understand something, when you make it your life, you can really, I mean, people who don't know anything about it can make it simple, and people who spend their whole lives doing it can make it simple.
Well, so the good thing is we kind of know what we should do.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And there is a real convergence of agreement about that.
But the weird thing is we don't do what we should do.
Not always.
I mean, well, the majority of us, I mean, what, 75% of Americans are obese or something like that, right? I mean, just to name one statistic. And I know one of the reasons you wanted to speak at this conference was because you've been giving a lot of thought to the media environment and the kind of digitized landscape in which we live and the phone addiction that we are all prey to, almost literally everyone, and how it dovetails with what you've learned. So talk a little bit about how you're thinking about that.
Well, if information were enough for people to change, nobody would smoke. It's not like I'd say, hey, David, smoking's bad for you. Go, oh, I didn't know that. I'll quit today. You know, everybody knows that. It's on every package of cigarettes. So it's not enough to give people information. It's not enough just to focus on their behavior. We have to work at a deeper level. We have to say, why do people smoke? I mean, really the essence of all of my work in a sentence is to treat the cause. And if you say, why do people smoke, or for that matter, overeat, as you indicated, or drink too much, or take opioids, or work too hard, or spend too much time playing video games, or whatever it happens to be. And I'd ask the people in our studies, you know, teach me something. Why do you do these things? They seem so maladaptive to me. And they'd kind of say, you don't get it. You don't have a clue, they'd say. These are very adaptive. They help us deal with our pain, our loneliness, our depression. There's been a radical shift in our culture in the last 50 years with the breakdown of the social networks that used to give people a sense of connection and community. What I'm learning is that anything that brings us together is healing. Even the word healing comes from the root to make whole. You know, yoga from the Sanskrit, to yoke, to unite, to bring together. These are really old ideas that we're rediscovering. And And in the last 50 years, 50 years ago, people had an extended family they saw regularly, and for the most part. They had a neighborhood with 2 or 3 generations of people that grew up together. They had a church or synagogue they went to regularly. They had a job that felt secure that they'd been at for 10 years or more. And many people today don't have any of those things. And we pay a price for that. And I wrote a book about this in 1998 called Love and Survival that reviewed what were then hundreds and now literally thousands of studies that showing that people who are lonely and depressed are 3 to 10 times more likely to get sick and die prematurely than those who have a sense of love and connection and community. And I don't know anything in medicine that has that powerful an impact. They say things like, I've got 20 friends in this pack of cigarettes, and they're always there for me. You're going to take away my 20 friends? What are you going to give me? Or they say food fills that void. Or a well-known food writer said, fat coats my nerves and numbs the pain. Or alcohol or opioids numb the pain, or other drugs numb the pain, or video games numb the pain, or as many of us have found, working all the time numbs the pain. We have lots of ways of dealing with our pain, but if you just try to numb or bypass literally or figuratively the pain, you're just killing the messenger. It's like clipping the wires to a fire alarm and going back to sleep while your house burns. You've just killed the messenger. So our approach is to help people use the experience of their suffering as a doorway for transforming their lives in ways that go beyond just risk factor reduction. Fear is not a good motivator. In the short run, fear is a great motivator. People do anything for a month or so after they've had a heart attack. But in politics, as we're finding now, or in health, it's not sustainable. Fear is not a sustainable motivator. But joy and pleasure are. And because these underlying biological mechanisms are so dynamic, when you make big enough changes in diet and lifestyle, most people feel so much better so quickly, and the love and support that they get is so important that it reframes the reason for making these changes from fear of dying, which is not sustainable, to joy and pleasure and freedom and feeling good, which are.
Okay, so, let me just immediately mention the word Facebook, because this is the connective tissue of the planet, more or less now. This one company's business product.
Right.
It was invented specifically to connect you to the people you already know in the real world. That was the design feature at its core from the beginning, around which it still more or less rotates, even though most people don't really use it the way it was designed to be used, and they collect friends or whatever, and it's becoming a media platform. But it is a deliberate connective tissue that emerged from the technology sector. So that's got to be intrinsically a positive, given the landscape you're describing, is it not?
Well, it can be, not necessarily though. And I have great admiration and respect for Mark Zuckerberg, and what he's accomplished is phenomenal. And I especially like his recent 6,000-word manifesto that he talks about these different aspects.
Of community,
Of community,
your work,
right.
yeah.
But, Facebook can also be a way of making people really depressed, because most people don't put on their Facebook profile that they have a kid on heroin, or they failed at this or did that, or they wake up in the middle of the night with terror, or they don't know who to ask for help.
I don't know why. Why don't they?
People put, it's like your bio sketch. When you introduce me, you don't talk about all
know.
the time I wanted to kill myself when I was in college or whatever. Because we want to say, we want this image of who we are that we think is going to be a little more lovable, because people do feel lonely and they want to feel connected. It's like, oh, I got to really, look like I got it all together so that people will love and respect me. But the problem is when you do that, however it turns out, you lose. If you don't get the love and respect, you lose. And even if you do, it's not really something you can enjoy, because it's like, well, if they really knew this other part of me, maybe they wouldn't be there. And when you grow up in a family 50 years ago, or a neighborhood with 2 or 3 generations of people, they really know you. They don't just know your Facebook profile or your bio sketch. They know where you messed up. They know your dark side. And you know that they know, because you grew up together, and they know that you know that they know. And there's just something profoundly primal and healing about being seen in that way. Like in Avatar, I see you, But that's actually from an African proverb, just to be seen. And in our support groups and our work, Medicare is now covering our program. We are creating a new paradigm of healthcare instead of sick care around the country. We're training hospitals and clinics and physician groups. We're working with a company called ShareCare, and we're really trying to create this new paradigm of lifestyle medicine. And as part of doing that, it's not just the diet. Medicare will pay for 72 hours, and most insurance companies will now too, of training. So we divide that into 18 4-hour sessions. So people come for 4 hours at a time, which is a lot. An hour of exercise, an hour of yoga and meditation. Who would have thought Medicare would be paying for meditation and yoga? An hour of a group meal with a lecture. But to me, the most important part is what we call the support group. But it's not really a support group, it's an intentional community. And the rule of it is what goes in the group stays in the group, so you can be open and authentic, which is what people really crave. The real epidemic, again, is depression and loneliness. And if you have nowhere that feels safe enough to let down your emotional defenses, those same walls that protect you also isolate you because they're always up. It's not like you shouldn't have defenses, but if you have nowhere you can let them down, then you start to feel really isolated. And the paradox is the very thing that we think we're doing to protect us is the very thing that's threatening our survival because it's creating this sense of loneliness. And so in the groups, somebody might say, oh, I may look like the perfect dad, but again, my kid's on heroin. And instead of someone else going, oh, well, why don't you send them to a drug rehab program, like they hadn't thought of that, or give them glib advice, to say, what am I feeling? And let me express that to you as a feeling. Now, it's so easy to make fun of that, especially here in New York, about, oh, it sounds so California and touchy-feely, and I used to get defensive. And then I thought one day, it is touchy-feely. That's what makes it work so well. We are touchy-feely creatures. We're creatures of community. And so someone else might say, oh, what am I feeling? That feels really bad. I'm so sorry to hear that, or gosh, my kid has a different problem, or gosh, I used to have a drug problem, or whatever it is, but suddenly you're connected in a way. It doesn't change the fact that the kid's still on heroin, but it changes everything about how you react to that and how you relate to that. And those support groups are so meaningful that literally decades later, after our program ends, people are still meeting together, even if they didn't even like each other that much when they first started, just because that need for connection is so primal. It's as powerful as the need for, air and water and food, and in some ways even more so.
So the kind of uber question of the day has been, can tech play a role in taking us to a better place with health? So given that clearly it's contributed to some of the negatives you described, what's your feeling about whether tech and network communication can help scale this extremely labor-intensive kind of thing you're describing?
I don't know if this is the Uber or the Lyft question of the day, but...
Okay, Lyft. I'd rather say Lyft at the moment. We all would prefer Lyft at the moment anyway.
Well, technology, as you know, is just a form of power. I studied for decades with this ecumenical teacher named Swami Satchidananda. He said, it's like electricity. Plug in your fingers, it's bad. Plug in a lamp, it's good. It's how you use it. And I think, like in our program, after they finish their 72 hours, they continue to meet virtually using Zoom as a way of connecting with each other. They've already bonded in person. And sometimes it's actually easier because they can just go every Thursday at 5 o'clock from their living room. They just dial in and they can be with all these people.
Zoom is a video.
It's a video conferencing technology. But there are lots of them out there. You could use FaceTime. You could use Skype or whatever. So I think technologies, to me, and Facebook, what I would love Facebook to do, and it was missing in Mark Zuckerberg's manifesto, as brilliant as it was, is to say, how can we create authentic, safe groups where people can really get beyond their Facebook profile, can really say, this is who I am. I mean, Jamie Haywood, with Patients Like Me, has done this to some extent, bringing people together around a common chronic disease, and at least they can compare notes around different kinds of therapies and so on. But this goes a step beyond that, to just, how can we create communities on Facebook or anywhere that use that same model of maybe they're private communities within Facebook where people are committed to that process of just being open and authentic with each other in a non-judgmental way. And it's so powerful, it's so simple, and yet that's where the technology, I think, could be the most healing.
Well, it's intriguing that you say that, and it was really somewhat coincidental we had you and Ariana on the same program here, but it is quite parallel to what she was describing with Kristen Lemko from JP Morgan Chase, that, in this big faceless, macho corporation, they're trying to build some of similar, vulnerable, it's not quite as far as you're talking about, but the idea that love and connection is critical to our
survival and function.
Right, and they're acknowledging that at, inside this 240,000 person corporation. So maybe there's some signs there's an open-mindedness to this. And Ariana specifically said she thinks we're kind of at a tipping point in society on this, and it would be nice to think. But I just want to and obviously the Facebook part is of great interest to me. But, there was a wonderful essay about Zuckerberg's letter written by Yoav Harari, who wrote Sapiens and Homo Deus, which he said that, this was in the Financial Times about a month and a half, 2 months ago. He said that he agreed with everything in Zuckerberg's letter, but the problem was that everything Facebook does is virtual, and to genuinely create community for people like us who are flesh and blood animals that really do respond to one another in the physical world, Facebook would somehow have to be getting people off the virtual into the physical as part of its product.
Well,
Is
physical
that connected to what you think?
I don't really agree with that. I think physical is best, obviously, and especially if people have bonded physically in person, it's easier to do it with technology after that. But, you know, studies have shown that just having people who have, like they did one study with Sheldon Cohen, I don't know how he got people to volunteer for this, where they dripped cold virus, rhinovirus, into people's noses. And everybody got infected with cold virus, but not everybody got sick. And those that had 4 or more phone calls a day from a loved one had 4 times fewer developing signs and symptoms of a cold. Even though 100% were infected, not everybody got sick. So it doesn't take a lot. You know, a phone call. You know, what's key is not the means of how it's done, but what's behind it. You know, the real epidemic is not only loneliness and depression, which are the most toxic emotions, and chronic anger, which is the other toxic emotion, but the dearth of meaning and purpose. You know, this goes all the way back to Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning book, or Rachel Remen's beautiful book, Kitchen Table Wisdom, where people who have a sense of meaning, like in Nazi Germany, in the most dire of circumstances, in concentration camps, you could have 2 people in the same bunker, one survived and one didn't. And it wasn't necessarily the one that was the physically healthiest that did. It was the one that had this greatest sense, I've got to survive, the sense of meaning so that I can, whatever, bear witness, be reunited with my loved ones. And so anything that can help people, so like I always ask people, like who come to see me, why do you want to live longer? Now, like, people aren't used to being asked that. There's a kind of an assumption, particularly in Silicon Valley, that people want to live forever. But I can tell you, having been, been suicidally depressed in college and come that close to actually doing myself in, which was my doorway into this whole area of my life, telling somebody who's lonely and depressed that they're going to live longer is not that motivating, because they're just trying to get through the day. I mean, seriously, they're just saying, hey, I don't know if I want to live longer. Telling somebody they're going to live to be 86 instead of 85 isn't that motivating, even when they're 85, you know, because we have to come back to, like, why do I want to live longer? And people often say things like, you know, I want to watch my kids grow up, or dance at their wedding, or write a book, or whatever it happens to be. But if you can get them in touch with what brings a sense of meaning and purpose, which is increasingly hard to do in a large corporation like you're talking about with Ariana, just the fact that an employer cares enough about you to give you those kinds of tools can create a sense of meaning. And all the studies show that absenteeism and presenteeism and healthcare costs and all those improve when something as simple as just paying attention to someone and saying, tell me, you know, what matters to you and what's important in your life.
My watch keeps ringing. But so tell me, though, what specifically you'd like to see Zuckerberg do with Facebook to bring about some of this. I think these are like telemarketers.
We have 7 minutes.
I had to get telemarketing on your watch.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah, really. The world we live in, we need something different happening. So what does Zuckerberg do? And then we can hear from audience people, too.
Well, I would like, first of all, I appreciate the question. It's our feelings that connect us, you know, as I mentioned before, and it's easy to make fun of. I mean, let me give you an example. Can I just do a quick exercise? It takes 30 seconds. Please. So if you feel comfortable, close your eyes for a moment and tell me how you feel when I say the following. I think you're a jerk and I think you're wrong. Now open your eyes. Feel good?
Yeah. Thanks.
Did I want to make you get to know me better? Probably not, right? Now, generally, most people would, if this, and this is just an exercise, you know, I'm getting there. But normally when I say something like that, people generally they feel attacked. When you feel attacked, you want to either attack back, no, I'm not a jerk, you're a jerk, or you want to withdraw. Either you stop listening or you leave the room. But if intimacy is healing, it takes us in the opposite direction. Now close your eyes again and tell me how this feels. I feel angry and I feel upset. Open your eyes. Same or different? It's different, right? Most people say, gosh, it brings me in. I want to know why you feel that way. Now, it's not about making nice. It's not about the power of positive thinking. It's about, this is a negative emotion, quote unquote. I'm angry, I'm upset, and yet it brings you closer to me, and therefore it's healing. The difference is one's a thought and one's a feeling, and it's our feelings that connect us. So what I'd like Mark Zuckerberg to do is to give people skills and create Facebook, you know, virtual communities and perhaps real ones where people can meet online, and you know, we find about 15 people is an ideal number. It's enough that's diverse, but it's not too much where people get time to talk. And just give them some basic skills on how to create a group that's healing, a healing group. And it's real simple. Focus on your feelings, express them as a feeling, and learn to listen empathically.
Now, that could happen bottom up by the users themselves. As a movement, right?
But
with
you know,
Facebook as the platform.
But if Mark were to do that, then the kind of whatever criticism he's getting could be mitigated tremendously, because helping people guide them into doing this, it could be done at the bottom up, but these are skills we don't really learn much about in our culture.
Yeah.
And to the degree that he can provide them, people become your most loyal customers, your most loyal users when they feel like this unmet need. I mean, business is all about meeting unmet needs, and when the unmet need is so primal, and you can help somebody meet that need, they become your most loyal customers, they become your most loyal users.
And it isn't, I mean, the reason Facebook is of interest to you in part is because just of its sheer scale. There's no other way to, in your view, attack this problem at scale?
Well, that and the fact that it was, as you say, it was set up for that purpose. And to some degree, and to some degree, it has succeeded. In other ways, it's actually made people feel more lonely because they feel like they're never going to measure up to this person's perfect vacation or perfect family. But it's an incredible power that has never been used in the most healing way, and it would be so simple to do, and I'd love to see that.
Okay, who has a comment or a question?
Wouldn't you say that Meetup, it serves this purpose, both on the technology side, but also with the in-person meeting and the sense of community?
Meetup, yeah, that's interesting.
That's actually what the whole organization and company was derived for.
Well, let me put it this way. This need is so primal that even if you just meet it a little bit, you can create a certain amount of community. But it's usually when people have meetup groups, they're usually around some topic. They're not around this. The intention is not to create intimacy and love in that way. And I do think that if you come to that with that intention, it's amazing. You know, we have people on their very first, when they have these when they have these support groups, they're the part that people have the most apprehension about, and yet it's the most meaningful. And within the first group, and certainly in the first two groups, they're often sharing things with each other that even their own spouses may not know. There's such a need for that we just need to provide that in a much more overt and targeted way, not just kind of as a side benefit of whatever they're meeting up about.
Okay, first Lynn, then Esther, then
I was just going to mention an initiative that we're
Who's got the mic?
still looking for funding.
Back there.
Okay,
Linda. That's going to be kind of a combination of the JED Foundation and potentially doing it on Facebook. But if we're going to use Watson to identify words that kids use that are angry words and that are more bullying, and then feed that back to them kind of on their own Facebook page to model better behavior. So I think some of these things can be done. It's still in the experimental idea phase, and we're looking for an additional funder to do it. But I think that is the kind of thing that we want to do as JED Foundation to really kind of open the kids' eyes to the words they're using that do exactly what you're saying.
I love that. You know, there was a study done of millions of Twitter feeds, and they found that when you use the words that evoke anger and chronic hostility, that was what was most strongly linked with a whole variety of health conditions. So to the extent awareness is always the first step in healing, and to the degree you can help raise that awareness, that itself is healing.
Yeah, just really briefly, if I invited a meetup, gee, come hang out with some other lonely people, you're not likely to come. So that
not lonely people, but if you come, but if the intention is to create a sense of intimacy, or greater intimacy, it doesn't mean that you're lonely or you're stigmatized in that way. And also, frankly, you know, if I went to Medicare and I said we want to teach people how to love better and let down their emotional defenses so they can and quiet down their mind and body to experience inner peace and joy, they'd say, you're out of here. You know, it took 16 years. We finally got it because we had all the PET scans and angiograms and radionuclide ventriculograms and all this stuff. Even then, it took 16 years with the support of Bill Clinton and Newt Gingrich. But ultimately, it's a conspiracy of love. It's a Trojan horse because, you know, people come in because they want to unclog their arteries or, you know, lower their blood pressure, get off their meds or whatever it happens to be. But in the process, what they rediscover is that they say things like, you know, I'm not as concerned if my arteries are more open because I'm more open. You know, it really becomes the catalyst for transforming their lives. Whereas a regular trained doctor, I'm really trained to just kill or numb or bypass that pain, as opposed to helping them use that as a doorway for transforming their lives.
all I'm saying is the best way to get people to come to meetup is not, it is a little bit of a Trojan horse or a bait and switch. Say, you know, come to play chess.
Meetup, yeah, I agree with that. And the work.
Well, I'm sure in
You get
meetup
the
groups
intimacy.
today that are designed to play chess, there's a lot of this going on because people become friends.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
that's what happens, right?
I agree. And the work you're doing is great in the communities too. I'm sure you're seeing the same thing.
Wait,
but
let's quickly just.
But I do think that there's a place for overtly stating this is what we're doing here, and that's what Facebook could be doing.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, please.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Sure.
On the topic of nutrition, in my opinion, that is sometimes a luxury of the upper economic class. For example, processed food is a lot more affordable and more filling in a lot of cases than fresh produce or organic. And also, in some ways, access to fitness, there's a cost there, right? So what are your thoughts on reducing that barrier, and is there a way that technology can help to do that?
Well, there's some truth to that, but it's not really true. Because, I mean, overall, it's not true. Here's the thing. We trained the St. Vincent de Paul homeless shelter in San Francisco. Over 30,000 homeless people have been through our program. It's not just for affluent, educated people. Second, this is really a third world diet. You know, I worked with McDonald's back in 1999, people thought I'd gone into the heart of darkness, to put salads on the menu there, and they were great. But because of the perverse subsidies, it's an iatrogenic issue. Because of the perverse subsidies in the Farm Bill, the burger is 99 cents, the salad was $5.95. So if you're on a fixed income, as you say, you get more calories for your dollar by eating junk food. But this is, globally, this is how, I came up with this term, globalization of chronic disease. Other countries are starting to eat like us and live like us and die like us. And the irony is that the diet they were eating before was the diet that we found that can reverse and prevent all these conditions. It's basically fruits, vegetables, whole grains, legumes, soy products. These are things that generally are the least expensive things, except for the fact that our subsidies are so out of kilter.
Well, Yonatan Adiri, I don't think he said it on stage, but he told us, I think at dinner last night, that in Israel, they have no VAT on fruits and vegetables. So they've specifically made a national policy to have no tax on healthy foods.
But not only that, not only do we tax healthy foods, but we subsidize the unhealthy ones. We actually make it cheaper to eat the junk
Yeah,
food.
we go the opposite direction, even worse. Yeah. You want to say something?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I think we shouldn't pull our punches on this one. I mean, we do live in a system where the sort of agricultural food industrial complex is extremely powerful and is generating, tremendous, costs at the very least, but real suffering. And it's not that these people are poor; it's that they're the most subject to those traps.
Well, I agree with that, but I think that's a larger discussion about.
He's been talking about that for 30 years. This thing about Facebook is new.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to kick it into that discussion a little bit.
I agree. No argument from me.
We're running short on time, but if anybody has any.
And by the way, I think the founding fathers were geniuses in the idea of separation of powers, but they didn't anticipate corporate America having so much power with no checks and balances, and that's part of the problem.
I'll say. That's a good point. How about somebody who hasn't said anything all day but just wants to throw one last thought in or two last thoughts? Okay, please. Oh, thank you so much. Identify yourself. The mic's right behind you.
I'm Solange, and I work with the Community Health Center, and I work with a lot of immigrant patients. And just to really point out what you're saying is so true, I have a patient who said she wasn't leaving the house since January because she's afraid that if she leaves the house, she's going to get deported. She's diabetic. She gained 10 pounds. Her A1C went from 7.5 to 11 because she started eating her traditional food of tortillas. And she said, I have a lot of stress, and all I can do is eat. And so I think you got to the root of the problem. What do we do about the stress? It is the food industry, it is the lack of affordable, healthy foods, but really a lot of what motivates obesity and diabetes is stress-related eating. So what would you say to
Whether
that?
it's food or some of the other things we talked about, I agree with that. And that's why we come back to this idea of community and love and support, because I just find that when people feel loved and supported, no matter what stresses they're under, they're much more likely to make lifestyle choices that are life-enhancing than self-destructive. Liz Blackburn and Alyssa Epple did an amazing study. They looked at women who were chronic caregivers of parents with Alzheimer's or kids with autism. And they found the more stress they felt, and the longer they felt that way, the shorter their telomeres were. And when you compare the low stress and the high stress women, it shortened their lifespan by 9 to 17 years. That's a lot. But what I found even more important, more interesting and more important, was that it wasn't an objective measure of stress, the women's perception of it. You could have two women in very similar life situations. One was coping with it better. They were doing the things we've been talking about. They were exercising, they were meditating, they had social support, they had a sense of meaning in their lives. And that was really the key difference. It wasn't, even so you may not be able to change the situation you're in, but we have a lot of tools that we can use on how we can teach people to manage them. And I think having Facebook do communities that are really based on true intimacy and authenticity could be a real buffer to that and could be profoundly healing on a huge scale.
Well, that was really good. Thank you so much, Dean.
Thank you.
Really appreciate your being here with us and hope to continue this dialogue with you.
You get a hug.
Thanks so much. I love a hug from you. From anyone. So, okay. So, wait, before you leave, Simone and Josh, are you going to come up here or shall I just do this by myself? I'll do it by myself. Thank you so much. It's the end of the day. We have another great day tomorrow, Techonomy NYC. And if you want to come and you're not registered, speak to Lawrence at reception. Also, if you're not, please, if you're not going to be here tomorrow, leave your badges because we're actually short on the lanyards. So honestly, seriously, we would love your lanyard back. That's no joke. But if you're going to be here tomorrow, we'd much rather have you than your lanyard. What? What did you say?
Keep it if you're coming back.
Keep your badge and your lanyard if you're coming back tomorrow. That's another point. So Josh, you want to say some quick sponsor stuff? Come up here.
Just again, quickly, and you'll see them on the way out. We have cocktails and hors d'oeuvres outside, but thanks to the sponsors, Cognizant, Philips, J&J, Celestica, Umbra Health, Arc Fusion, Startup Health, and Grayling. There's more books, both the sense-making book and the other book down as you leave. So thank you again, and hopefully we'll see many of you tomorrow. So.
Thank you all for a great long day.
You're gonna miss me by my hair. You're gonna miss me everywhere. Oh, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. I got my ticket for the long way round, the one with the prettiest of views. It's got mountains, it's got rivers, it's got sights to give you shivers, but it sure would be prettier with you. When I'm gone, when I'm gone, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You're gonna miss me by my walk, you're gonna miss me by my talk. Oh, you're gonna miss me when I'm gone.
She said, don't you worry if I disappear. I told her I'm not really looking for another mistake. I called an old friend thinking that the trouble friend thinking that the trouble friend thinking that the trouble friend thinking that the trouble